Good morning to one and all present here. I, Varun Sahai, co-convener of the conference, welcome you all on behalf of Amity School of Fine Arts to International Conference on Innovation in Visual Arts, ICIVA 23. For the 7th edition of the annual conference, theme is as per UGC regarding the G20 Connect program. The theme of conference spotlights art and lifestyle for environment with environmental, sustainable and responsible choices in respect of visual arts, both at the level of individual lifestyle as well as nation development, leading to globally transformative actions as well as actions resulting in cleaner, greener and blue future. The theme affirms the value of all life, human, animal, plant, microorganisms and their interdisciplinary and the planet Earth in the wider universe. We have gathered here on the 17th October 2023 for the prestigious event. The guests include today guest of honors, Mr. Ashim Kumar Das, founder, CEO, Wondertoons Interactive Solutions, Mr. Danko Francisi, senior artist and professor, Croatia, Ms. Isha Guha, senior vice president, Concepts Communication, Professor John Zika, School of Art and Design, Western Carolina University, USA, Mr. Mohit Soni, CEO, Media Entertainment and Skill Council, Ms. Munira Akliva, founder, Munira Brand, Tajikistan, Mr. Prakash Chandrawakar, Mr. Prayag Shukla, eminent artist, art critic and writer, Mr. Rajiv Malik, Senior Director, Wacom India Private Limited, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, CEO, Jux Consultant, and paper presenters from very senior and reputed institutes. We welcome you all here. May I request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, sir, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, to kindly felicitate the guests with the saplings. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Director General and Dean, Amity University, for the Faculty of Applied Art, Fine Arts, Performing Art, Visual Arts, to give, and also the conference chair to give his opening remarks, please. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all. Good morning. There should be loud voice in the morning hour. Firstly, clap for all our dignitaries who are here. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries today, registered participants for the International Conference on Innovations in Visual Arts. I would also like to welcome our respected chairperson, ma'am, Mr. Divya Chauhanji, online, and Professor John Zika from USA. I know that it is almost midnight for him, but he has always been a great support for us. Mr. Prayag Shukla ji, eminent artist, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, for being here in the inaugural session of the one-day international conference with the theme Art and Life, Lifestyle for Environment. Just to quickly brief our esteemed guest that Amity School of Fine Arts is offering various programs, 4-year BFA, 2-year MFA and PhD programs with the specialization in painting, applied art, animation and visual communication. And as of now, only in the Noida campus, we have got around 650 students who are studying in the creative domain. We started this conference in 2016, and what I was sharing with our esteemed guest that there is a definite need in the field of the visual arts to have such initiatives, because primarily when we talk about the creative program, there were not many people who had got interest in writing research papers or sharing it. So this is something, an effort which has been done to create a platform for the researchers and academicians to share their research findings with the students who are right from first year to fourth year of the various programs, to know about the new innovations which are happening in the field of visual arts. So this is the basic underlying thought process. And this year, since we are doing the activities which are linked with the India's initiative for the G20, so in the lines of that, the theme of the conference has been kept as the art and lifestyle for the environment. The sub-themes for the technical sessions are unconventional art trends, new media arts, art aesthetics and philosophy, and visual communication and art. Further to it, there are the other focus areas like art and environment, sustainable material culture in art and responsible choices, art and eco-friendly installation, contemporary designers, visual arts with design, art and animation, graphic design and art. So these were the broad focus areas. We have got the research papers, and the selected research papers which are going to be presented today during this one-day conference are from Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan, College of Fine Arts, Tirthankar University, Institute of Design, MIT University, Pune, Sanchi University of Buddhist Indic Studies, Sanchi, Madhya Pradesh, Lalit Kala Academy, New Delhi, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut, Ward University of Design, Sonipat, and Amity School of Fine Arts, Noida. So these are the institutes from where we have accepted the research papers which are going to be shared today. The details of the speakers have already been shared by our co-convener. I would like to express our sincere thanks to industry guests who are going to be part of the various sessions, or the artists who will be joining in the subsequent sessions. Idea was this, that when we have got research papers presentation, we should also have the artists, animators, or the designers, or the senior members from the art fraternity to come and share their thought process. For students, I must say that this is one of the golden opportunity that you are getting opportunity to meet offline and online the senior members from the art field. Beyond that, you are also coming to know how the research is being conducted, how the research is being documented, and how it is being presented. So this is, I think, so one of the key outcome of this research. I'll not take much time, but I must highlight few things. When we say that about the art field, we say that it has often been referred to as an alternative or the non-traditional form of the investment. And when we see today, there are many things which are happening. There was a time few years back, 2-3 years back, I think so all of you are aware, the COVID time, which has got sea change in all the field, including the art field also. Whether we talk about the auction houses, whether we talk about the art galleries, or we talk about the art fairs, everything got stopped. People need to look for the avenues. Artists were looking for the avenues. Many artworks may have been produced during the time, but of course, there have been the changes in terms of the pattern of the sale. Online market has picked up, which was not there earlier. If we see some stats, I was referring to a figure which says that as of now, the market is around $68 billion global art market, and the growth rate is around 12%. And out of that, around 16% is the online market, which is around $14.38 billion in terms of figures of 2022. So online market has become strong. There is a emergence of the many museums, private art galleries, auction houses, but we see beyond that today, artificial intelligence, which is being discussed, deliberated everywhere today. And the impact of that is going to be felt in all the fields, including the art. When I was seeing that a research paper which talks about that we need to see that what is going to be impact of the AI, immersive technologies, blockchain, 3D technologies, and the robotics arts. All of them are the new phenomena. Of them are new phenomena. And in the today's time, when we talk about the visual art, we say that visual art practice today needs to combine technology with artistic knowledge, philosophical inputs, and skill. So one needs to imbibe the artistic knowledge with the understanding of the important role which technology is going to play in the days to come. So I'm not going to speak. I only wanted to highlight few things, and I'm sure that the deliberations during the day, the inputs which we get from our invited speakers as well as from the researchers will be valuable for all of us to enhancing the knowledge. And I would also like to thank our chairperson, ma'am, and will request her to say a few words in the beginning before we take it further.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Firstly, to all the students, I think first please clap for yourself loudly. Loudly, I want to see some energy in the room. I don't know if you know, but we can see you very clearly. I can see each one of you. I can spot and say who's doing what right now. It's lovely to see the faculty as well. We are joined by John Jika ji online. John Jika ji, very, very warm welcome. Thank you for being here. We have Prayag Shukla ji. Shukla ji, बहुत time हो गया, बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं आप. You are doing well. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Sanjay Tiwari ji, back to the university. We are so proud that you keep coming back to encourage the students. Students, I hope you do realize that all the guests who've come here have come for you. It takes a lot for them also to take out their precious time and be here. So please give them a loud applause first for being there for you loudly. Sab seedhe baith jao. I can see whoever's lounging in the chair, who's yawning, who's sitting in whichever way. This is all for you. Please do understand you have to live with the times. Dr. Joshi is right. The whole conference has been done only for you all. It is very important to move on. There was a time when everybody used to say AI will take over and then what are the humans going to do? But there is no such thing. We have to take advantage of it and make it to our benefit. So whatever you do, you have to do with advantage, keeping with the times. I know at one point the faculty says do different art, do different visual arts, use different mediums, and then the other aspect you say please think of the sustainable aspect. So you have to balance everything in life. So please go forward and look forward to all the paper presentations today, Dr. Joshi. I'm also looking forward to that. I will be in campus in a couple of hours to see that also. So I wish you all the best for the conference. Dr. Joshi, congratulations. It seems going to be a very successful conference. And are other universities joining Dr. Joshi today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are other universities also joining?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I mean Amity universities.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the other visual arts.
I hope that some of them will be joining. I'd already shared the link with all our universities, ma'am.
That is wonderful. So I welcome all the students and all the people who are presenting their papers from different universities. And a very warm welcome to Amity University and congratulations to all. Dr. Joshi, please continue and please thank your team as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your blessings and your kind words. Before we move to our next speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all invited academicians, researchers, delegates, and sponsors, and the faculty colleagues who are associated with our conference and making this reality. And now I will ask Varun to take it further, and we'll start with our first speaker, Professor John Zika. I was just asking Professor Zika that when are you going to visit us next time? I must share that he was here a few years back, and that was wonderful learning for us. And since then, I think so, as and when we need the advice in the field of the art and design, when I'm looking for a few international experts, I think so Professor John Zika is always available. So thank you, Professor Zika, for always being a help to MIT School of Fine Arts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And I'd like to welcome Professor John Zika, who is Professor Emeritus in the School of Art and Design at Western Carolina University, USA. His international speaking engagements and exhibitions include St. Petersburg, Russia, Barcelona, Spain, Lisbon, Portugal, and New Delhi, Noida, Vadodara, Santiniketan in India. His artwork has been featured in the Bruno Bennell, Kathleen Ewing's Gallery, Society of Publication Designers, New York, American Institute of Graphic Arts, Art Directions, Zone 1 Competencies, the Light Factory, and Asheville Art Museums. His work has been published in Metropolis Magazine, Print Magazine, Art Direction Magazine, 4 Magazine, and National Geographic Magazine as well. He has curated and organized major exhibitions including Tibor Kamal, Process April Grimme, large-scale poster, Rodolphe de Hark, a 30 years retrospective, Shoe on It, New Genre Hybrid Language. We are happy to serve you, thinking design and appetite for meaningful design, drawing points of view, photographies by Kathy Griffin and Cleveland Rocks. The birthplace of rock and roll, photographs of Georgie Schuber. His publication designs have received numerous national and international awards and meritorious citations. Zika work includes in private and public collections, including the permanent collections of the Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., Coburg Museum, Bavaria, Germany, Little on Collections, and so on. We welcome you here, sir, and stage is on to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Varun. One thing I might want to ask for is, how do I present the slideshow here? So I've got my slideshow up. How does this work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Arun, can you walk sir through the screen sharing bit, please?
I can, sir, the screen sharing rights is with you, and if you wish, I can make your presentation live as well. Sure, sir. I'm sharing your presentation, sir.
Oh, you are? Okay, so great. Okay. I will look at mine. First of all, let me thank Dr. Joshi and you, Varun, for inviting me here. Once again, it's always a pleasure to get back to Amity, if not only virtual right now, but I soon wish to come back and visit. I'm planning another trip to India soon, and Amity will be on my stop for sure. Having said that, my presentation, there we go. My presentation is today based upon the new experiences that we might expect in our post-pandemic communities now. And yeah, and so the next slide, let's go to the next slide. What I've attempted to do here through my lens and my own experiences is to categorize some of the things that we're all kind of being faced with, and that being as artists and as viewers, place in that space, media and that mix of media, content and the language of that content, context, which amounts to the story of that language, and the audience itself. And so I've broken these down into kind of a three-part list under each one, and I'll go over each one here. Centralized geography of place is an old form, still exists. Decentralized geography spread out communities, normally within proximity of each other, multiple shows in multiple areas nearby, and then the virtual global community, which has obviously gained a lot of momentum after the pandemic. Next, media mix. Radio is old. Internet is somewhat old, but new things are coming up, like TikTok and YouTube. Of course, they're old, but they're still very useful. And of course, television, cable and streaming, older technologies, and there are many more that will be coming up as well. Content, language, authorship. What does that mean now? And historical, how do we digest rhetorical pastiche, those images and words that represent things in the past? Semiotics, the audio and visual components of suggestive meaning and implications of those meanings through symbols and signs, and then zeitgeist, and that is the contemporary lexicon of our world today. Context, unique and universal stories, existential, how they impact us and what they mean, mythical, how we imagine them to be, and allegorical, how they frame things in our contemporary culture that may be presented in different ways. And then finally, audience and the media mix. Tribe is who we know, that is communicating to our own tribe is a safe bet because we all know the language. Institutions, how those institutions work for us now. And economics, what is the cost of things? Do we make things for economic gain, or is economic gain a result of our work? Next slide. I put this together, what is not correct? And I would propose that here you see Jackson Pollock dripping his paint on a canvas, and here we see it presented in the museum on the wall. And I would say that the presentation of the painting is old language. It was painted on the floor. What is new is using gravity to paint, and that intermediary is something that I think we can learn from now, because we are now facing different intermediaries with our artwork, and how do we present those so that they don't fit the old world, or do they fit the old world? Next slide. Where is place? Who decides? The Model A before 220 or 2020 is what we're used to seeing artwork displayed in, whether it be a performance or painting or sculpture or whatever it might be. Model B here after 2020 is the pandemic, the inset of the pandemic changed our view of things. And with this change comes the change in what the curator's role is, what the artist's role is, what the consumer role is, what the educator role is, and what the collaborator role is. And that can be all of these together. Essentially, it is a different paradigm that we live in now, yet old ideas come about as well in this newer world, equally valid and not usurped or passed by the new post-pandemic world. Next slide. Who is looking, who is seeing? So FlexGuide here is a company that has developed a template whereby they can go into a museum. Deutsches Museum here is an example where they have an interactive guide. You have a essentially a wristwatch that allows you to curate the show that you want to see as you're going through the museum. This is done by a kind of a jobbed out or a satellite component of the museum. It's not in-house, and companies now are specializing in these kinds of performance-related, interactive, consumer-related exhibitions. Next slide. Wayfinding in this environment, and my screen is blocked on the right, but what is the narrative here, and how do you find what you're looking for is a question in this environment called Animal Crossing. It's 100% complete museum and art gallery. So I'm reading the text here and I'm thinking, well, this cannot be. Well, technically, I suppose it can't be, but it also suggests that there's a certain kind of curatorial overarching selection that goes into this environment. And one would have to measure whether the entry into this, that is this small, large-headed person like icon, travels through the environment and selects things as they go through or as you go through. And there's a question of why you would select things and what is the frame of reference that you're selecting them for. And then you compare this with a museum, which is totally incomplete compared to 100% of all the work in every museum. So there's a question about its sensibility and validity. Next slide. Our former president is, very famous for using NFTs for fundraising for his legal bills, and those of you may or may not know that, but the viability of NFTs is a very strange, eerie environment that you can create ownership of something that is digital and supposedly marketable in some way so that residuals come back to you. And it is a new world, and many people find this to be inviting. Many people find this to be obnoxious. I'm not here to judge that at all. I'm just presenting. Next slide. This portrait on the left side here is a 1936 photograph by Walker Evans, a famous rural photographer from the early part of the 20th century. Sherry Levine on the right photographed the photograph, essentially used the photograph as an object for her own photograph. The irony here is that the Walker Evans photograph is not copyrighted, so she could photograph it. Her photograph, ironically, is copyrighted, so you can't photograph that. And it's an odd kind of situation where authorship, ethics, and economics come together in a way that is a new world order for things to be consumed. Next slide. The Audubon magazine, this is a recent one. I photographed it. I thought it was timely for this symposium or event that we have today. And these are the Audubon photographs that were selected for their annual awards. Next slide. So you see on the left here, as you go through the magazine, turn the page, these birds that exist on the left and on the close-up of one of these panels, these are all fake. These are artificial intelligence produced imagery. They have nothing to do with the real photographs whatsoever. So the question is, are they really fake? Because they are photographs and they are produced, but they don't have the, let's say, authenticity of the real photograph, the photograph taken by the photographer. So let's examine this a little closer. Next slide. The text on the left indicates that examining real photographs by photographers, experts in ethical bird photography, and I'm reading this, and bird behavior also review images along with the information from photographs, photographers, to share about whether the scenes were captured were real. And then the information on the right indicates that they asked the photographers who were in the competition to only describe, not show, but only describe in words what those photographs, or what the photograph was in their image. So they did that. Let's go back one. Can we do that? There. So these photographs are a result of written or audible words that have been transposed into images. It's hard to sink in, but that's exactly how they were produced. Okay, next slide. And next one. Okay, well, we can start with this one. This is an entry into the San Diego Museum of Art and their website, and how friendly it is, using common language, lively colors, interesting wayfinding on how to get from one place to another, wonderful language like admission, pay what you wish, rather than free or whatever. And I think, that kind of relationship with your audience is very, very good, especially when you want them to come and see something that, might pique their interest. So let's go back one. And this is celebrating 5 women artists, the show that's up, and viewing the exhibition and creating a narrative. It's quite an elaborate show online, and that doesn't, nullify the museum experience. It only enhances that, because you then want to come and see the show. So these wonderful websites from institutions and other places that allow you to penetrate the skin of something that you may or may not want to be interested in, allows you to open your view, open your mind to things that that may be very interesting. Okay, let's move forward. And next one. No, back. Yes. Building temporary environments for content and context experiences. This is a very dynamic kind of environmental design approach towards kiosk building, immersive design, motion design, all kinds of things that allow designers, artists, collaborators to look into possibilities by hybridization information with sculpture, video, print, surface paint, molding, fabrication, and artificial intelligence. So this company, for example, is one of those companies that specializes in that. Next slide. Interactive game design for educational purposes and other reasons. Obviously, everybody is familiar with gaming design concepts, but some of these really are so sophisticated in the way they operate that adults and children playing games, and it becomes kind of a communal or a familial participation in learning and learning curves. And in addition, there are all kinds of what I would call GUI environments, soft environments, where animation and gaming come together with very highly rendered things or very simply presented things that have really hardcore content. Beautifully done. You pick and choose your entry and your platform, and go with it. Next slide. And then I think one of the more important things that we tend to overlook in art and design is what makes our story interesting, or what makes it good. And we often reach too far, try to make it really well grounded, really important, or whatever we think should happen in the public sphere, when in fact just playing with form, just playing with having a good time can result in some really good connective tissue with your audience. This by my friends at Primal Screen developed for Cartoon Network a whole series of wonderful little characters on a grid that become their own stories, and so they have a life of their own past just their image. And these are some of their characters in the grid. Okay, next slide. I want to conclude my presentation here because I only have a short amount of time, and use two examples that come through my conduits. One is print magazine, this one, and the next one is through YouTube. And so through print magazine, there was an article that was posted, article on Eric Cedeno, and he's from Houston and apparently really popular. I've never heard of him, but I read about him in print magazine. Well, actually, I read the online version. But here he's doing a kind of a memory of his mother in a Word form. So it's a Word document that is animated, and it just comes up word after word, basically talking about his love and commitment to his mother. And so to some extent, it's a serious piece. And then the follow-up, which is the comment section, is rather disturbing because it talks about these comments suggest that this particular form then substitutes or is used to think about your own family rather than thinking about your own family in your own terms. So there are things like, I sent my mom this. She started crying. I love her. Well, you would wonder, why don't you just tell her that rather than using this form to send to her, you see? And so it gets into this kind of intermediary, if you will, or substitution for your own sentiment. You cob onto somebody else's performance piece. But I think finally, the most disturbing thing for me was this is a quote from Eric Cedeno. It still shocks me that people really, really like my content. I'm literally just being stupid. So again, this is coming through a notable conduit, one that I frequent, and it's a high-profile article on this person. Next slide. This is a DJ, rapper, producer, Asian American from California. Her name is Jennifer Lee. Some of you may know her as Toki Monsta. And this particular, the series of 4 are screen grabs from her music video, Naked. And of course you can see stylistically it represents, or it presents work much like work in the past. So it's not avant-garde imagery, but at the same time she's mixing it with music that she is filtering from the environment and developing a narrative through rap and sounds and you know, mixes that coincide with her illustrations. Next slide. And this is the last slide, and I want to end on this note because I think it's kind of important. So this is another piece that she did, Love That Never, and again doing her illustrations. But I'll read this. I don't know if you can read it that clearly from where you are. Lee's proprietary blend of hip-hop has always stood out thanks to her focus on new and unusual sounds used to enhance melody and percussion. With her portable recorder in tow, Lee heads out to the streets and into nature to capture non-musical, real-world sounds that can be warped into something distinctive. So and this is kind of maybe a learning tool or a methodology that we can use today in post-pandemic culture, is that grab from the street, find out what's out there, look at things that are happening every day along with things that are happening historically, and have evidence of that, so that you are contemporary. Your language is contemporary. And the final note here is that her quote again, when I'm being creative, I'm allowing myself to be creative. Then when I'm thinking about a label or decisions I want to make in terms of my career outside of the creative realm, then I put on a different hat. I don't mix them together. So I think this is very, very important, especially for students, because you're going to have to do a lot of things to make your artwork work. That outline that I presented at the beginning are just some of the things to think about. But it's very, very important not to produce work, in my mind anyway, not to produce work that kind of comes through the facade of money or economics, but comes through the integrity of the heart, and then figure out a business plan, a way of getting it out in the public sphere, a way of collaborating with other people in different disciplines that allow you to spread not only your idea, but a collaborative, more communal idea that links us together, that makes a difference. And I think that's the world that we face now. So that's what I wanted to share with you today, and I appreciate the time, and I look forward to seeing all of you, hopefully, the next time I'm back in India and certainly in Delhi and Noida. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you from United States, and thank you for connecting on these hours to us and enlightening us, our students, with your thoughts of wisdom. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker for the session, Mr. Prayag Shukla. Mr. Prayag Shukla, born on 28th May 1940 in Calcutta. He completed his graduation from Calcutta University. He is an art critic, amazing poet, fiction writer, translator, and painter, and whatnot. He has been almost 50 books to his credit and has curated some 20 shows, including shows of drawing an eminent Indian master painter Ram Kumar. He writes on theatre and cinema as well. He was invited to Iowa International Writing Program of Iowa University in 1984, where his duration of stay was almost 4 months. Has translated Gitanjali of Rabindranath Tagore in Hindi from original Bangla and poems of another Nobel awardee, Octavia Paz, from English into Hindi. He has traveled to United Kingdom, France, Hungary, Norway, Russia, China, Japan, and in connection of poetry, reading, seminars, and museum visits. We welcome you here, sir.
Before that, Varun, John Chikaji, that was very interesting, especially that you covered AI and showed some very interesting possibilities for the students.
Thank you.
Prayag ji, आइए please.
जी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आपको देखकर बहुत दिनों बाद। दिव्या जी का बहुत इंटरेस्ट रहा है आर्ट में और है। एक जमाना था हम लोग टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया ग्रुप में थे, तो आती थी वो, हमारी बातें होती थी, गैलरी थी इनकी डिफेंस कॉलोनी में, हम मिलते थे। वो सब दिन याद आते हैं, बहुत अच्छा लगता है और बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है कि आज मैं यहाँ हूँ।
Thank you, Prayag. Thank you.
मैं अक्सर मेरी आवाज ठीक आ रही है? ना आए तो जरूर बताइए, नहीं तो फिर तो आना ही बेकार होगा। मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूं कि आपके बीच हूं और मैं सोच रहा हूं कि मेरा एक इतना बड़ा भाग्य है कि पिछले 2-3 वर्षों से कोविड के बाद खासतौर पर मैं काफी यात्राएं कर रहा हूं। मैं उन लोगों में हूं, थोड़ा गर्व से कह सकता हूं, उन भारतीयों में से जिन्होंने पूरा देश देखा है, जो उसके हर प्रदेश में गए हैं, लद्दाख को छोड़कर। ये बात इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि हम विजुअल्स की और इमेजेस की बात करने चले हैं, अभी और करेंगे, तो वहीं से शुरू करता हूं। मेरे जीवन की बहुत सी बातें आएंगी, वो जरूरी होंगी विषय के लिए, मेरे बारे में किसी प्रचार के लिए नहीं, क्योंकि मैं शायद तब अपनी बात अच्छी तरह कह पाऊंगा। तो आपको ले चलता हूं 1963। मैं 23 बरस का हूं और हैदराबाद में हूं और एक मैगजीन में काम कर रहा हूं जो हिंदी की मैगजीन है। कलकत्ता से वहां पहुंचा हूं और एक दिन क्या देखता हूं कि मेरे कमरे में, छोटे से कमरे में, हुसैन आकर खड़े हो गए हैं। हुसैन को हम लोग जानने लगे थे, तब तक हमने उन दिनों धर्मयुग में और कई पत्रिकाओं में हुसैन की तस्वीरें देखी थी, तो मैं चौंक सा जाता हूँ, अरे हुसैन साहब आ गए। जाहिर है मुझे तब नहीं जानते थे, आई वॉज सो यंग। उन्होंने पूछा, जो पत्रिका निकालते थे बद्री विशाल पित्ती जी, जिनकी मैं रोज याद करता हूँ, हुसैन के पुराने मित्र, हुसैन के आर्ट कलेक्टर, तो मैंने कहा बैठिए। तब तो मैं बहुत कम बोलता था, अब तो मैं काफी बोलता हूँ, अभी बोलता, आप देखोगे कि मैं कितना बोलता हूँ। तो मैंने कहा बैठिए, वो बैठ गए। हुसैन साहब भी बहुत कम बोलते थे, उन दिनों तो बहुत ही कम बोलते थे। तो 5 मिनट हुए होंगे तो बोले, अब हमारी तो कोई बात हो नहीं रही, मैं कहाँ से शुरू करूं, और मैं कुछ कह नहीं रहा, अब वो अपनी ओर से क्या कहें। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये तुम्हारी के मेज पर जो किताब रखी है, जिसका नीला कवर है, ये बड़ा सुंदर है। तुम्हारी खिड़की से जो ये पेड़ आया है, ऐसी ही बातें उन्होंने कही, एग्जैक्टली याद नहीं है, पर सम सच थिंग्स ही टॉक्ड अबाउट। तो मैं एकदम दंग हो गया। मैंने कहा, मैं तो यहाँ 3 महीने से बैठा हूँ, इसमें क्या खास है। ये मैं मनाने लगा कि अभी चले जाएं उठकर यहाँ से, ये चले जाएंगे तो मैं देखूंगा कि इसमें क्या खास है। और मैं आपको बताऊं, वो दिन है और आज का दिन है, जो उन्होंने मुझे अनजाने में सिखाया वो कितनी बड़ी चीज थी। देखना, आगे चलकर फिर मैंने इसी नाम से किताब लिखी है, देखना नाम से, देखने के महत्व पर। तो हम जब विजुअल्स की बात करते हैं तो कैसे सेलेक्ट करते हैं काम करने में, देखने में, जीवन में। अब आप देखो, अभी कहा गया मेरे परिचय में कि मैं कलकत्ते में रहा हूं, वहीं बड़ा हुआ हूं। जब मैं 15, 16, 17, 18 साल का था तो रंगीन तस्वीरें अखबारों में नहीं होती थी। उन दिनों कुछ थोड़े से विज्ञापन होते थे, होर्डिंग्स बहुत कम सिनेमा की होती थी, विजुअल्स नहीं थे इतने। आज मैं चकित हो जाता हूं। नाउ मैं 84 और मैंने शुरुआत की थी 23 बरस की उम्र की बातों से। सुबह उठते हैं, मोबाइल, व्हाट्सएप, सबके पास hundreds of images starts coming। हम बाहर निकलते हैं, बाजार जाते हैं, अखबार आता है, रंगीन तस्वीरें हैं, लीफलेट्स हैं उसके अंदर रखे हुए। बाजार जाते हो आप, मॉल में जाते हो, दुकानों में जाते हो, इमेजेस ही इमेजेस भरी हुई है। ये बात इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि हम कला की भी बात कर रहे हैं। आज के जमाने में मैं जैसे भी दिव्या से जो कह रहा था उस जमाने की बात, तब आप देखो तो जब हम गैलरीज में जाते थे हम इतनी इमेजेस के साथ वहां प्रवेश नहीं करते थे। म्यूजियम्स की जिनकी बात अभी कर रहे थे प्रोफेसर, अब हम इतने हंड्रेड्स एंड थाउजेंड्स ऑफ इमेजेस के साथ प्रवेश करते हैं। जब काम करने बैठते हो आप तब, और जब काम देखने जाते हो तब, ये बिग चेंज। दूसरा आप ये देखो, जो आज मुझे बात कहनी चाहिए आप लोगों के बीच आकर के, वो विषय से संबंधित है। इनोवेशंस आज की दुनिया में आप पाओगे, आर्ट हिस्ट्री के स्टूडेंट्स हो आप, आपको बताया जाता होगा 100 साल में, पिछले 100 साल में हमको इतनी बड़ी फ्रीडम मिली है विजुअल आर्ट्स को, जो पहले केवल थिएटर के पास थी। क्या अब स्टेज में कुछ भी लाकर रख दो, वो एक्सेप्टेड है। आप पत्ता रख दो, आप फूल रख दो, आप चेयर रख दो, आप कुछ भी रख दो, आप घड़ी रख दो, दुनिया की कोई चीज आप रख दो, आप मिट्टी रख दो। 100 साल में इतनी बड़ी फ्रीडम कि कैनवास पर जो चाहे चिपका दो, जिस चीज से चाहो आप स्कल्पचर बना लो। अभी आज की दुनिया में आप देख ही रहे हो, अनीश कपूर, सुबोध गुप्ता, ये तो बड़े नाम है। हमारे कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स, आप लोग, अभी मैं कुछ दिनों पहले बेंगलोर में था, पहले तो 2 बार गया। पहले तो गया था म्यूजियम देखने, मैप नाम का जो नया बना है और आपको देखना चाहिए कभी, छोटा सा है पर बहुत सुंदर है, कॉन्टेम्प्रेरी म्यूजियम ऑफ आर्ट एंड फोटोग्राफी। वहां चित्रकला परिषद में, जैसे आपकी एमिटी है, एक उनका एनुअल शो चल रहा था और उनके यहाँ भी एक बड़ा कॉलेज खुला है चित्रकला परिषद का। कैंपस बहुत सुंदर है, सारी मॉडर्न एम्यूनिटीज हैं। बहरहाल अभी मैं बात एक लड़की की कर रहा हूँ, उस पर एक पोस्ट भी लिखी थी, लिखिता आर जैन। उसके कमरे में मैं प्रवेश करता हूं जहां उसके काम लगे हैं और चकित हो जाता हूं। 23-24 साल की लड़की, वहां मैं देखता हूं कोलाजेज हैं उसके बनाए हुए, ड्राइंग्स हैं, स्कल्पचर्स हैं, पेंटिंग्स हैं, और वो स्कल्पचर्स बहुत सुंदर है और उनमें बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें कहीं कहीं जड़ी हुई, फिकी हुई, जंक। मैं उससे पूछता हूं तुम कहां से लाते हो ये? बोले मैं कबाड़ी बाजार जाती हूँ, खबर संडे को जाती हूँ, वहां से खरीदती हूँ। मुझे अपने हिम्मत शाह याद आ गए, हमारे पुराने मित्र, आप जानते हो आज वो कितने बड़े कलाकार हैं। उनके साथ 10 बरस देखा है उनको काम करते हुए गढ़ी में, वो भी यही करते थे, फेंक दी ये चीजें हैं। चांदनी चौक में जाकर, किसी कबाड़ी बाजार में जाकर वो खरीदते थे, मिट्टी में काम करते थे क्योंकि पैसा नहीं था, मटेरियल कहाँ से लाए। गढ़ी स्टूडियो में एक स्टूडियो था जो स्वामीनाथन को दे गए थे, वहां वो थोड़े अपने लिमिटेड जो उनके रिसोर्सेस थे उससे उनका खाना पीना चलता था और वो काम करते थे। आज शाह के पास 4 मंजिल का स्टूडियो है, वैसा स्टूडियो मैंने विदेश में भी किसी कलाकार का नहीं देखा। इज 90 बरस की उम्र में हिम्मत, मैं 84 का हूं, वो 90 के हैं, मुझसे पहले सीढ़ियां चढ़ रहे थे। हालांकि जो उन्होंने बनाया है अपना स्टूडियो 4 मंजिल का, उसमें लिफ्ट है, हर फ्लोर में कई कई हॉल हैं। ये बात मैं क्यों कह रहा हूं? ये आज के विषय से संबंधित इसलिए कह रहा हूं। क्या थे इनोवेशंस और क्या हो गए इनोवेशंस? एक आदमी, एक कलाकार यहां कैसे पहुंचा है? अभी कुछ दिनों पहले यही एक आर्ट मैग्नम गैलरी में भी उन पर मुझे बोलना था, उस दिन मैंने बात कही थी। रघु राय थे, रघु राय ने उन पर एक हिम्मत शाह पर बड़ी सुंदर किताब बनाई है, क्योंकि दोस्त हैं उनके, और वो उनके फोटोग्राफ्स करते रहे हैं। तो रघु राय भी वहां थे, जतिन दास थे और कई लोग थे। तो मैंने कहा हिम्मत, ये कैसे संभव हुआ है? क्योंकि उस व्यक्ति को देखा, उस कलाकार को, अजंता एलोरा जहां मैं भी 6 बार गया हूं, महाबलीपुरम जहां मैं भी 4 बार गया हूं, सांची जहां मैं 10 बार गया हूं, खजुराहो जहां मैं 12 बार गया हूं। पहले तो उससे एक लंबा संवाद। हमारे यहां आप देखोगे पेंटिंग की दुनिया तो बड़ी हुई, स्कल्पचर की बड़ी नहीं हुई, क्योंकि हमने वो डायलॉग नहीं चलाया अपने इस क्लासिकल स्कल्पचर्स के साथ। हिम्मत ने चलाया। बहुत बड़ा साहस चाहिए। हमारी इतनी बड़ी धरोहर है मिनिएचर पेंटिंग्स की, हमारे स्कल्पचर्स की, हमारे क्राफ्ट्स की, हमारी लोक कला की, जिसकी बात सिर्फ स्वामीनाथन ने की और दुनिया बदल गई है हमारे, कम से कम हमारे यहाँ की। आपने तैयब मेहता का नाम सुना होगा। तैयब मेहता नहीं होते अगर वो शांति निकेतन नहीं जाते और संथालों के बीच नहीं जाते, जिसकी बात स्वामी ने की बस्तर में जब भारत भवन बन रहा था। मैं भी इसके एडवाइजरी कमेटी में था। 15 दिनों के साथ तब मुझे समझ नहीं पा रहा था कि स्वामी क्या करने चले, और कंटेम्प्रेरी आर्ट के साथ इसको भी रखो, ये हमारे भाई हैं। अब आप जानते हो भारत भवन कभी आप जाना देखना, दो सेक्शन है उस म्यूजियम के रूपंकर के। एक में मॉडर्न कॉन्टेम्प्रेरी है, हुसैन है, तैयब है, रामकुमार है, मंजीत है, जोगेन है, ये सब लोग हैं। और एक तरफ भूरी बाई है और जनगढ़ सिंह श्याम है। जनगढ़ सिंह श्याम आप जानते हो बहुत ट्रेजिक डेथ हुई जापान में उनकी। लेकिन एक समय ऐसा आया जब पॉम्पिडू सेंटर देखा है, पॉम्पिडू में देखा है 1979 में, तब बने हुए कुछ साल ही हुए थे उसको। वहां पर अर्पिता सिंह, ये बाद की बात है, मेरे समय की नहीं, जब मैंने देखा तब नहीं, उसके बहुत बाद में अर्पिता सिंह का शो और जनगढ़ सिंह श्याम का शो साथ हुआ। क्या मतलब है कि धुआं आप देखो तो मैं सोचता रहता हूं, पहले मैं सोचता था, अब ज्यादा सोचता हूं कि मैं अपने कमरे में बैठा हूं तो इमेजेस का हाल दूसरा है। मैं अभी टहलने चला गया हूँ, रोज सैर करता हूँ, तो वहां पार्क का की दुनिया दूसरी है। फिर मैं हवाई जहाज में बैठ जाता हूँ किसी सुबह, वहां खिड़की से देखता हूँ, वहां से इमेजेस दूसरी है। फिर मैं ट्रेन में कभी चलता हूँ, वहां से इमेजेस दूसरी। मैं पैदल चलता हूँ, बहुत पैदल चलता हूँ, वहां से इमेजेस दूसरी। अभी हम अमेरिका कैलिफोर्निया नहीं, शायद मैं कुछ गलत बोल गया, कैरोलिना कैरोलिना से वहां से मुझे आप देख रहे हैं वो दूसरी है, जैक्सन पोलक दूसरे हैं, हमारे अंबादास जिन पर अभी हम लोगों ने 10 दिन की इवेंट की और जिनको मिलने में नॉर्वे भी जाता रहा, जो हमारे पुराने दोस्त थे और जिनके बारे में माना जाता है, उनके दोस्तों ने कहा कि वही पहले एब्स्ट्रैक्शन में काम करने वाले पहले भारतीय हैं। और हमने नहीं माना। क्लीमेंट ग्रीनबर्ग बड़े क्रिटिक अमेरिका के 60s में यहाँ आए, उन्होंने काम देखा और अंबादास को इनवाइट किया, क्योंकि उनको लगा ही नहीं कि, उनको लगा, यूरोपियंस अमेरिकन को लगता है कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वही दुनिया है, पर वो दुनिया नहीं है। उन्होंने देखी, उन्होंने कहा ये कहां से आ गया, हम तो पोलक को जानते थे, हम तो मार्क रोथको को जानते थे, ये कहां से आ गया है, ये इमेजेस कौन सी है। ये इससे आया है जब आप दुनिया को एक अलग तरह से देखते हो, जहां आप अपने को बांध नहीं लेते। नदी के प्रवाह को देखते हो, समुद्र के प्रवाह को देखते हो, आप हवा को देखते हो, आप पर्वत से चीजों को देखते हो। एक कलाकार, इस बात को मैं भूलता नहीं हूं और कहता हूं यंग लोगों से, आप सबसे कहकर जा रहा हूं, इसको मत भूलिएगा अगर आप कला की दुनिया में रहने आए हो, कि आप 24 घंटे के कलाकार हो। जो अपने को ये नहीं मानता कि मैं 24 घंटे कलाकार हूं, काम नहीं कर सकता। इस मोमेंट में भी आप कलाकार हो, क्योंकि आप कुछ सोच रहे हो, आप कुछ देख रहे हो। आप मुझे देख रहे हो, मैं आपको देख रहा हूं, आप लाइट को देख रहे हो, आप यहाँ के जो भी प्लाई है उसको देख रहे हो, कुर्सियों को देख रहे हो, उनके रंगों को देख रहे हो। कलाकार, क्योंकि लाइट चली जाती है, घर में कोई स्त्री काम कर रही होती है, तो काम करना बंद कर देती है कि जब लाइट आएगी तो फिर से कुछ सब्जी बनाऊंगी, या कोई पुरुष भी। कलाकार क्या करता है, अगर कलाकार उस समय मौजूद है और अपने आसपास की सारी छायाओं को नहीं देखता कि लाइट जाने पर कैसे चीजें बदल जाती हैं, तो काम नहीं कर पाएगा, वो नहीं बना पाएगा। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ, मैंने कहां से शुरू किया था, हुसैन के सिखाने से, देखने से। और दो ही चीजें हैं, ये मत भूलिएगा, जो कभी बंद नहीं होती, देखना बंद नहीं होता और सोचना बंद नहीं होता। आप कोशिश कर लीजिए, आप सोचने को नहीं रोक पाओगे, आप देखने को नहीं रोक पाओगे। नींद में हो तो सपना देखते हो, चलते हुए रास्ता पार करते हो तो देखते हो कि कैसे रास्ता पार करूंगा। आप पार्क में हो तो देखते हो कौन सी चीज सुंदर है, मैं क्या देख रहा हूं, मैं क्या महसूस कर रहा हूं। आपके हमारे, मैं आपका पड़ोसी हूँ, मैं भी ही रहता हूँ 93 सेक्टर में। पूरा नोएडा भरा हुआ है चंपा के फूलों से, सप्तपर्णी के फूलों से, जिसकी सुगंध आ जाती है कि नशा सा हो जाता है। कलाकार को क्या है, ये हिम्मत जैसे लोगों से सीखा है, उनके साथ रहा हूँ। ईच एंड एवरी मोमेंट आप देखते हो, आप खाते हो, आप स्वाद लेते हो, आप सुनते हो, आप चलते हो, उठते हो, बैठते हो, सोचते हो, आप कलाकार हो। हर आदमी कलाकार, हम में से हर आदमी कलाकार है। अगर हम कलाकार नहीं हैं तो हम कला को अप्रिशिएट कैसे करेंगे? फर्क केवल इतना है कि आप बनाते हो, आप सीखने आए हो इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट में जिसका इतना नाम है, जिसके लड़के लड़कियां मुझे कभी कभी मिलते हैं फ्लाइट में, मैं पूछता हूँ कहाँ जा रहे हो? दिल्ली में। उनमें से एक बार मेरे तो कहते हैं हाँ पढ़ते हैं वहाँ एमिटी में पढ़ते हैं, हम वहां जा रहे हैं। तो ये जो अब दुनिया बनी है आर्ट की, मैं भी इसको उतना नहीं समझ सकता। देखिए मैं 60 साल से कला पर लिख रहा हूँ और अभी मेरे परिचय में बताया गया कि मैं पेंटिंग करता भी हूँ, रोज करता हूँ, आज भी करके आया हूँ। बिना सुबह उठे एक पेंटिंग के मैं रह नहीं पाता। स्केचबुक, ये तो ड्राइंग करता हूँ, पोस्टर कलर, पेस्टल, एक्रिलिक और थोड़े से ब्रश जो अक्सर मैं साफ भी नहीं कर पाता ठीक से। कुछ है अंदर, बाहर आना चाहता। आप शुरू करते हो, पहले से कुछ नहीं आपके मन में शायद, पर वो क्या है आपके भीतर वो निकलना शुरू होता है। आप बड़े भाग्यशाली हो। मैं कला की दुनिया में आए हुए इस रूप में हर व्यक्ति को बहुत भाग्यशाली मानता हूं, ब्लेस्ड मानता हूं। सारी दुनिया, किसी भी देश की, किसी भी देश के लोग खाते हैं, नहाते हैं, कपड़े बदलते हैं, ये हर मनुष्य करता है अपनी अपनी हैसियत के हिसाब से। कला ही है जो हमारे जीवन को नया करती है, कोई दूसरा उपाय नहीं है, क्योंकि बाकी तो सब वही कर रहे हैं। कल एक लड़की मुझसे मिलने आई थी, मुझे सुनकर बहुत अच्छा लगा। उसका एक काम मैंने खरीदा है, माधुरी श्रीवास्तव नाम है उसका। अभी यूसुफ ने श्रीधरणी गैलरी में प्रिंट मेकर्स, यंग प्रिंट मेकर्स का एक बड़ा शो किया था रजा फाउंडेशन के लिए। 60 यंग प्रिंट मेकर्स फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द कंट्री and their exhibits. It was very well received show. सारे आर्टिस्ट को देखने गए, all of us. I went twice, then bought this work. थोड़ा बहुत खरीद लेता हूँ, इतना पैसा तो नहीं है, इंस्टॉलमेंट में लेता हूँ, 5,000 दे दूंगा इस महीने, अगले महीने 5,000 दे दूंगा, ऐसे। तो क्यों मैं करता हूँ ऐसा? जबकि मैंने लाखों काम देखे, लिटरली लाखों काम देखे। सारे म्यूजियम्स, मॉस्को के सारे म्यूजियम्स, चीन के म्यूजियम्स, जापान के म्यूजियम्स, हंगरी के म्यूजियम्स, नॉर्वे के म्यूजियम्स, जिनमें मैं 5 बार गया हूँ, अपने देश के म्यूजियम, नेशनल म्यूजियम, भारत भवन, और अब तो किरण नगार म्यूजियम, और क्या, और आर्टिस्ट के स्टूडियो में। मैंने कुछ सोचा नहीं था, ये सोचा था, जो सोच कर आया था वो शायद रह गया, बिकॉज आई वॉन्टेड टू से मोर थिंग्स ऑन इनोवेशंस इन आर्ट इन टुडेज वर्ल्ड। लेकिन मैं सोचता हूँ मैं बहुत दूर नहीं गया। ये बातें भी उतनी जरूरी है और जान लेने वाली है अगर आप कला के बेसिक्स के बारे में बात करते हो, क्योंकि इसके बिना जाने भी आप अच्छे कलाकार नहीं बन पाओगे। जिनके नाम आप सुनते हो आज, भले वो स्कूलों में न पढ़े हो या स्कूलों में भी पढ़े हो, अंबादास जी मुझसे कहते थे, जेजे के स्टूडेंट, रजा के साथ वाले, कि जो सीखा है उसको भुलाना पड़ता है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि जो आप यहाँ सीख रहे हो उसका मतलब नहीं, बहुत मतलब है। हमारे मित्र सुपन भंडारी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जिनके लिए मेरे मन में बड़ा रिगार्ड है। खुशबू यहाँ बैठी हुई, जिनको जानता हूँ बिल्कुल संयोग से, क्योंकि वो तो आप सीखोगे, वो तो बेसिक्स है, वो तो स्किल्स हैं, पर कलाकार होना। और आखिरी बात, क्योंकि मैं अंदाजा नहीं कि मुझे 15-20 मिनट कहा गया था, शायद ज्यादा ही हो गया होगा, तो कला ये जो सीखा है वो बांटता हूँ, शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, आज हर जाना चाहता हूँ यंग लोगों के बीच में। अब आपको अंदाजा नहीं कि मैं कितनी एनर्जी लेकर जा रहा हूँ, ये 600 चेहरे देख करके या उनके बारे में सुन करके। हमारी उम्र के कई लोग कहते हैं हमारा जमाना था, अरे मैं कहता हूँ ये भी तो मेरा जमाना है। मैं आज एमईटी के इतने स्टूडेंट्स के बीच हूँ, इससे बड़ी चीज मेरे लिए क्या होगी। कल वो लड़की मिलने आई, इसका मैंने काम खरीदा, 3 घंटे उसके साथ बातचीत की, उससे बड़ी चीज मेरे लिए क्या होगी। ये मुझे कहाँ से मिलेगा, ये मुझे केवल यंग लोग दे सकते हैं। आज वो क्या सोच रहे हैं, मैं क्या सोच रहा हूं। दैट इज वाई आई कीप ट्रैवलिंग, आई कीप गोइंग टू कॉलेजेस इफ आई एम इनवाइटेड all over the country. Recently, I have been to JJ School of Art. I was really very, very happy the day I got the invitation to speak on Ambadas from JJ School of Art and from college in Bengaluru or in Ahmedabad, the very old college and college. 250 लड़के लड़कियां, to talk to them. आप तो आज दूर बैठे हुए हो, हम कैंपस में चले, हम सब साथ बातें करते आ रहे हैं, खूब ऐसी बातें। आप सबका बहुत आभार कि आपने मुझे सुना और ये मौका दिया जो मैं कब से चाह रहा था। कह रहे इस समिति के आसपास से मैं गुजरता हूँ, इसके स्टूडेंट से तो मैं कभी मिलूं, 2 को जानता हूं। तो आपका बहुत धन्यवाद, आपका बहुत आभार, और फिर मौका मिलेगा तो फिर कभी आगे बात करेंगे। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, बहुत मजा आया आपको सुन के और आपने रंग भर दिया इस महफिल में। सर सोपन सर कुछ कहना चाह रहे?
I'll just say one. I am just here just to tell about Pragji. One information I want to give you. You will be happy to know that how a most senior person is so concerned with the young generation. He visited one exhibition, a solo exhibition in Triveni by Vivek Singh, our student who passed last year. And not only encouraged him, he bought his paintings and he buys one painting a month. And a big applause for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for adding. And sir's generosity. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to invite the next speaker for the session, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari ji. Sanjay Tiwari is a branding, marketing, communication, and integrated marketing advisor, entrepreneur, mentor, author. With having 30 plus years of high quality experience and expertise across all functions of pull marketing, advertisement, marketing communications, marketing, branding, market research, and digital marketing. Having 15 plus years of various aspects of digital marketing and startup entrepreneurships, founded 2 startups and mentored 2 startups. Highly factual and holistic understanding of Indian digital marketing space. Having 22 plus years of visiting faculty expertise in various reputed colleges, including Amity University, NIFT, FIIB, IIM, Bodh Gaya, and so on. Authored 2 books published by Sage First one in 2003 on fundamentals of advertising, titled The Uncommon Sense of Advertisement. And the second one in 2006 on managerial skills, titled The Uncommon Sense of Management, 5 skills and the 6 sense. We welcome you here, sir. The stage is open.
Thank you, Varun. And good morning to all of you. As you know, my background is not really from the art side. So you've heard two people already from the art side, and I think you'll hear a lot more from the others who have that background. So I think they have, and they would touch upon a lot more about the art part of what is the topic today, which is art and life. Since I come from a non-art background, I'll probably give you a very general perspective of what I thought about this topic and what probably it struck in my mind. And maybe that's a slightly different and an outside view that you might get. Maybe might make you think about a few things from a different perspective altogether. But when I looked at this topic of lifestyle for environment, I said, what is the connection? And then art. So art, lifestyle, and environment, 3 different words. So what is the connection? And what do that I really talk about in terms of probably explaining or seeing that connection between these 3 terms? And let me start with, I think, to explain that or to the way I figured it out, maybe for you also to figure it out, what is the connection between the 3? Let me just ask you 2-3 questions. Let's assume that we would had this gathering or this conference, let's say 500 or 700 years ago. Where do you think we would have had this conference? Anyone want to take a guess? Would we be sitting in a room like this? Where would we have had this conference? Outside in the open under a tree? Yeah. So that was the environment then, and therefore the lifestyle of how you do things, maybe get together or share thoughts or do a conference like this. You do in a certain environment, and that environment was at that, let's say that at that point of time. I don't need to say where we are today and where we are doing this conference. We are in this room. What is the difference? Why are we in this room and not really outside in an open space and let's say under a tree or wherever, and then not doing it, let's say even doing it electronically, but that would have been more face to face without a mic? What is the difference between, let's say, 700 years ago, the environment then and the environment now? Anyone? So the environment then for us, and a lot of times, in fact, even today when we talk about environment, we think about that was nature. So it was all natural surrounding. That was our environment. We lived in an economy or an era where it was a lot more agrarian. So fields, open spaces, and that kind of a lifestyle we all had. Today, what kind of a lifestyle we have? What is the environment that we have? Is it only nature? What has changed? What has got added to this whole environment of nature? And it started about 400 years ago. Yeah.
So, buildings and a lot of infrastructure, kind of technology.
Yes, precisely. So a lot of manufactured environment, not only natural environment, but manufactured environment, man-made. So we changed that environment. We added our own bits to this environment. Today, when we talk about our environment, it is a combination of natural and man-made. Yeah. So whatever lifestyle we live today is a result of not just our connection with the nature and how we live with nature, but also how we live in an environment which is a mix of nature as well as manufactured spaces. So whether it is this room, whether it is a car, whether it is our house. So in fact, if you look at how we live today, what is our lifestyle today, it is very different from what it was then. And it is a lot more in a manufactured space rather than natural spaces. How much time do you think you spend in a day or let's say in a week with nature in today's world? Can you count it in days, hours, minutes? Probably minutes. Yeah. So if you look at how the environment around has transformed from nature, it's a more mixed environment and it has taken us away from the nature. So the lifestyle we lead today is a little bit away from the nature. It's a far more manufactured lifestyle that we live. Now let's look at if this conference were to happen 100 years down the road, not today. How do you think it will happen? Will we be sitting like this in this room? Anyone want to take a guess? How would this happen? So we all have heard about metaverse. Some idea of what is metaverse? So probably 100 years down the road, if this conference would happen, it would probably happen in a metaverse where none of us would be physically present and all our digital avatars would be attending this conference. So instead of me, my digital avatar would probably be talking here. Instead of you, your digital avatar will probably listen to it. And it will all later on get into your, let's say, memory or head by digital technology. So that's the way the world is going to change. So when you look at it from this perspective, the environment maybe 50, 100 years down the road is going to be a very different one from what it is today. And therefore, it will not be anymore just a manufactured world or a man-made world. It will be a virtual world. So there are times when over a period of time, you find this, that a lot of things change, environments change, and accordingly the lifestyle change. And accordingly, coming to your main area of interest, the art also changes. So same analogy, if you were to look at in terms of art, what do you think was the kind of art which was being done 600 years ago? Was it very similar to what we do today? The kind of paintings and sculptures and other things that are being produced today? Again, it was, since the lifestyle was much closer to nature, the art at that point of time was also much closer to nature. Today, when the lifestyle is a little more mix of nature and man-made or manufactured world, our art today also is much closer to that. So today, you don't talk about just traditional art. There is this whole concept which has evolved over a period of time, which we describe in our own way as modern art. Is it the same as conventional or traditional art? In its look and feel and how people actually express? Very different. Far more abstract in that context. How do you think this art will be, let's say 100 years ago? So it's the same time span that I was talking earlier in terms of 600 years ago, today, and let's say 100 years later. How will art change 100 years later? And I think John did give some glimpses of that in terms of at least how it is already changing towards that. So if we talk about 100 years later in terms of a more virtualized world, so will be the art. And we already see the glimpses of that. I think a lot of examples that John showed today in his presentation had a glimpse of digital art. Yeah, more virtual. So the world that probably we are getting into, the environment that we are getting into and the lifestyle therefore we are getting into is going to be a lot more virtual as well. So from only nature to nature plus man-made to now man-made, nature plus virtual is where at least your generation is headed. Probably for me, not so much, but by the time I might be old, but by the time you guys are in prime of your life, probably it will be a more intense mix of these three things than what we've been through. And therefore, when you think about something like this in terms of art and what is the relevance of art in life in the context of, in relevance to environment and in terms of, let's say, the lifestyle that various people lead, then you've got to think in the realm of these three things. That it's a more mixed world, it's a mix of virtual, nature, and manufactured that you probably need to look at and say, how do I actually think about art in this? And for you guys, it might be also in terms of closer to your profession, might be how do I look at a mix of traditional art, modern art, and then the virtual or the digital art? Because it is going to be a combination. It will not be just one of those. It will never be only nature. It will never be only manufactured. It will never be only digital. It will always be a mix of three. And you don't know, maybe generations after you, there might be a fourth dimension that may evolve, but at least for your generation, these three dimensions are going to be very important when you think about art, lifestyle, and environment. Yeah. So that is what I wanted to share. This was the perspective I had, that it is a more complex and a slightly more deeper level thinking that you guys need to do to really understand how are these three interconnected. And they are, in fact, if you look at it from a very not in a deep perspective, but from a very surface level understanding of it, then art is a subset of lifestyle and lifestyle is a subset of environment. That is the equation that works. It's not a linear one. It is obviously a more spiral one where it comes back to each other in that context. They're interconnected in that context, not just a linear relationship, but then they are all interconnected. And that's also what you guys need to also understand. That somewhere, and that is something I think a lot of people sometimes, and not just in this profession, I think in every profession you need to understand that professions are usually only the means. It is not the end. So when you look at it from this equation of art, lifestyle, and environment, then art is only a means to live a lifestyle, and lifestyle is only a means to actually engage with our environment. And that is what the larger purpose for us is, that while we live our lifestyles, while we engage in art, there is this whole part of sustainability and our environment which probably we need to not only preserve, which we not only need to understand and probably propagate, but also pass on to our future generations. So what is that we are going to pass on is what is very important. So what you do, have that connection with not only what you've gained from the past, what you're doing currently, but also what are you going to actually pass on to the next generation. So maybe whenever you have some free time, think about this, go a little deeper and try and understand this. It's a very interesting aspect of how these three things are interconnected. And I'm sure somebody who's actually thought about this in terms of a topic probably came from this perspective, that it needs to be thought through like this. This whole idea of lifestyle for environment, in fact, is a very good way of looking at this in terms of what the lifestyle is present and how do we actually integrate that, and within that context we look at environment, and not a very unidimensional one of saying that only, let's say we want to save the environment because, and that means saving the nature. It is not just about saving the nature, it is about saving the mankind equally, and it is saving the art equally in your context. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. One more last thought that I want to share with you, which is my personal thought also, and that is related to art again, but by and large again to a larger context of sustainability. And this does not apply only to your field of art, it applies to equally to business, to politics, to everything in that context. And that has to do with, which I feel art has probably got slotted into a space where everybody thinks about art as being something which is exclusive. It is marketed like that, it is thought like that, it is actually consumed like that, where we are almost conditioned to think about art as this is something exclusive. And I think from a sustainability part of it, for it to actually survive and grow over a longer period of time, it will have to at some stage become more inclusive. And that is probably my own take on all of this, that for art to be understood more, for it to be appreciated more, and for it to become a more integrated part of lifestyle and then environment, it will have to be far more inclusive, both in terms of how you think about art inclusively, by looking at all dimensions of art, not just in terms of purely, let's say for instance, not only in terms of creating something, but why are you creating it? What is the purpose? And what is that you want to achieve? And what is the symbolism or the communication, or what is that you want to convey through your art? Whether it's a painting, whether it's a sculpture, it always has a purpose and a meaning. The more it has a purpose and a meaning, and the more the purpose and meaning it can connect with humanity, society, and other aspects of life, usually it probably sustains and survives that much more. Yeah. So that would be my parting thought to you guys in saying that when you look at art, lifestyle, and environment, also think in terms of when I create this, it needs to be that much more closer to nature, closer to mankind, closer to our world, more collective, more inclusive, because that is when it will become more sustainable and probably transcend time over and be still stay relevant over a period of time. So that is what I wanted to say. I hope that this is something that you find meaningful, a little bit of something that probably triggers some curiosity and interest in your mind to think about this a little more, think about this a little deeper, and then in your own ways, all of you probably practice it and take it forward in your own ways, in your own little life, in your professions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay sir, for getting us all the enlightenment for the day and speaking on the topic and also about the metaverse. That is very important in this current scenario. And with this, we are closing the first session, the inaugural session. And I would like to request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate the guest. Wait.
Varun, Miss Munira is online.
Yes, ma'am. We will be having the next session, and Ms. Munira is there. Yes. I would like to thank all the speaker of the inaugural sessions for enlightening us with their wisdom of thoughts. Professor John Zika from School of Art and Design, Western Carolina University, USA. Mr. Parag Shukl, eminent art critic and artist, and Mr. Sanjay Tiwari ji, CEO Jux Consultant, for making their opening remarks in the session. Now we'll be starting with the second session of the day. That will be paper presentation. And I'd like to request convener of this conference to kindly take the mic.
Now we are going to start the first technical session. The theme of this session is Unconventional Art Trends, New Media Arts. This is one of the very important and very interesting theme. The moment we talk about the art world or the global art field today, there's a lot of buzz about the new media. There's so much happening. New directions are coming up. There's a lot to know what is happening. So that is the basic rationale of keeping it as the theme. Today we have got for this our guest of honor, Ms. Munira, founder of the Munir brand. We would like to welcome you here online. And then we will have subsequently the paper presentations of the session. So we look forward to hear our guest of honor and then have the paper presentations. And I would like to suggest to students that do ask some questions, do note it down. Whenever you see the research papers, you must have certain queries, note them down and do ask them in the end when we close this session. Yeah. Now, you can take it.
शेयर कर रहे हैं
A very warm welcome, Miss Munira. You've been very patiently waiting online.
Thank you.
Yeah, over to you, Khushbu.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Miss Munira. We'll be starting with our first technical session, that is unconventional art trends and new media art. For this, our guest of honor is Miss Munira Akilova. She's the founder of Munir brand. She is from Tajikistan and she's basically since 2009 she expertise in design, training and consultation across various domains such as handicraft, tourism, women entrepreneurship and education. She specializes in business management, product service development, strategy development, organizational structure, value chain utilization, project management, presentation preparation, pitching, and also motivation. She has been honored with several awards, counting a few. She has been awarded with the top 100 successful women entrepreneurs of Tajikistan in 2001. She has been gratitude with the impact of women entrepreneur development in rural areas in 2021. She has also been awarded at second place at Atlas and Adras Film Festival, Home Decor category, that is in 2021. She was the first place winner at second Tashkent International Handicraft Biennale in 2019. She has also been the UNESCO Seal of Excellence for Handicraft Award owner. Over to you, Ms. Munira. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Sorry, you're not audible clearly. Can you hear me well? Yes, I can hear you. We all can hear you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your invitation of the Amity School. It's pleasure and honor for me to speak to you and share my knowledge and experience in handicraft. So today's topic, what I want to share with you is reviving the culture and building the future in Tajikistan by our brand and organization. So as you mentioned, that I'm a designer and owner of Munir brands, and our mission is to research, education, and production. Before that, I would shortly say that Tajikistan is one of the Central Asian countries which is surrounded by China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Afghanistan. And we are a very tiny country, but with a long history and a rich heritage. So as a I'm used to have embroidery was my hobby. So actually, before for more than 15 years, I was teaching economics on at the universities, local universities. But afterwards, since 2013, I decided to change my life and to spend the rest of my life with what I love to do, and it was the embroidery and handicraft. So, what kind of crafts in Tajikistan do we have? On the screen, you can see that we do have a block printing, we have good jewelries, ceramics, handicraft, textile, and others. So, but my passion in embroidery, and so since 2013, actually a bit early as well, I decided to spend the rest of my life as a professional on this sector. Though therefore, as being a pedagogical person, and I'm very happy. I was very happy to hear Mr. Sanjay Tiwari's speech. That he was saying that we need to think about the purpose, what we are creating, what we are doing. It should have a meaning. What all the artwork that we are doing, and also we need to think what we are leaving for the other generations. So, same questions I was asking myself. So, as a pedagogic person, I was thinking that, and I'm keep thinking about that. The craft can't exist without having the theory. Therefore, the part of our mission through Munir is doing the research, and afterwards education. So, therefore, in 2014, while I was a part of the Zershan Tourism Development Association, and within the handicraft and tourism project, we had the research works on finding and learning patterns and ornaments in textile like patchwork, ikat in weaving, and embroidery. So during 2 years, we were collecting the exhibits, talking to the old ladies in the rural area to know more about the semantics, philosophy of the pattern, learning the techniques of the crafts which were existing in the Zarafshan Valley. So the result of that research was the edition of the book on patterns of the Zarafshan Valley in patchwork, embroidery, and carpet weaving. All the knowledge that and the research, the results, what we are getting, in order to make the craft sustainable, we are trying to conduct the training and master classes. So these kind of activities we can conduct through the support of international organizations or the projects which are focused on reviving the culture, reviving the crafts. So this is also a part of our job and how we are making the craft sustainable. So first we are doing the research, and afterwards we are teaching, finding the ladies over rural area, most of them. So these are housewives mostly, young ladies. So we are working with them in close. And next step is the production, how we are producing our products. Actually, there is not a lot of the secrets in product development. As Mr. Tiwari said, that we need to know the semantics, the meaning. So I was also myself curious about, when I was in 2006 and 7 in US, and we visited the Pioneer Reservation, one of the famous Lakota reservation of Indians. There was a man who was managing the craft, the artisan group, and he was telling about the meaning of the colors, the meaning of the patterns in their culture. And by that time, I was actually teaching economics at university. Afterwards, I asked myself, what are the colors and patterns mean in our culture? And so this question was always with me, and I started to learn myself. Even not being an artisan, even not being an art person, I was curious about these questions and I started learning that. So I need to mention that in every my design, the first point should be the meaning. So I'm looking for the meaning. I'm reading the patterns. So because this way we are passing the story. All the stories that we are putting, or all the meanings that we have in our products, it's not like a marketing approach. It's really real stories and based on the semantic, on the color, on the philosophy of the pattern in our products. So this way we are passing the message to the consumer. You see that here I'm using the antique piece of the wall hanging, the small wall hanging from East Tarafshan. It's on Fergana Valley in Tajikistan. I am doing the drawing and then using different patterns and creating new marketable products. And it should be depending on the market that you are targeting for. In all my collection, I'm trying to keep the traditional color combinations, and afterwards I can change into neutral or other color combination. But the main issue, the main point is keeping the patterns. Next collection that I want to tell about is like a revival of the ikat weaving in Tajikistan. And on this slide, you can see that collaboration of the local ikat master. And here we presented the natural dye collection, which was presented in Ambiente Trade Fair in Frankfurt in 2016. Here we have a combination of the natural dyeing, hand embroidery, ikat weaving, patchwork, and using everywhere, as you see, the traditional patterns, which comes from the patchwork, carpet patterns, and Suzani embroidery. I always like to test, have experience, and I do like mixing of the techniques. Woodblock printing is one of the dyeing crafts in Tajikistan, unfortunately. We have only one person who does. who is the ancestry, who comes from the ancestry family. So I wanted to have a collaboration with him. It was not so much successful, but anyway, the woodblock prints inspired me to have a small collection. Lolacha, which means tulip, and on this collection you can see the using of the woodblock prints and also the using the patterns from the woodblock for made by hand and machine embroidery. This way, we made a small mini collection of the accessories and home decor. Another inspiration, as again Mr. Sanjay said, we always need to look at the nature, what is surrounding us. There is no need to have kind of a fantasy or look at different, or most of the time, unfortunately, artisans or the creators are copying each other. For even choosing the colors, choosing the patterns, there's no need to go too far. For example, this small collection of the table set and the chair mats were inspired by the famous Pamir Mountains. You know that 93% of Tajikistan is mountains, so we are mountainous country. This collection was inspired by the local mountains and the color combinations as well. Always when I'm looking for the patterns or inspirations, as I said, that Tajikistan has a great history and heritage. Or we are more than 55 century or even more a year for Tajikistan. We are part of the Silk Road, and there is a place of ancient Panjikent where we call the Eastern Pompeii. So there was frescoes, decorations. So these kind of places inspiring me. And this was the simple tulips from the ancient ruins in Panjikent inspired me to make a small collection, which also dedicated to tulips. In embroidery, there are such several flowers unique for the embroidery. So we are often using in embroidery. In 2019, when I had a successful presentation of the new products in 2018, I decided to present Tajikistan through the textile and through the collection of embroidered products. And I have used the different patterns of different regions of Tajikistan and made a collection. For example, here you can see the collection Khujandi. It is my hometown, and on the background you can see the antique Suzani on the right corner. Actually, it is my grandmother's Suzani, and it inspired me to make a new collection, and I made in 3 color combinations. This way, we are trying to revive the patterns and keep our ladies busy and make build the life for them. Here, another example of Kohistan collection. Maybe you have heard about Zarafshan Valley, which starts in Tajikistan and ends up in Uzbekistan. So there is a simulation and assimilation in culture and craft as well. So this trio color Suzani is typical for Zarafshan Valley. We have done the collection on using these patterns as well. They are very unique and they are bold. People like them. They recognize Zarafshan Valley by these patterns. Actually, the name for these patterns is Oftob and Mahtob, which means sun and moon. So it also has a deep meaning. Each color pattern has a meaning, and I really like to read the patterns and passing the messages. Another collection is dedicated to Pamir. Usually they do the cross stitch, but this time we have done in the Suzani was my embroidery. Another product that we are trying to use and make more functional, for example, for the bride's ceremony, or for the first night, we have a curtain which should made of the patchwork, and also you can do decoration. And afterwards, it sits in the wedding chest until you will have your daughter, and this piece should be passed to another generation. I was thinking a lot, and I'm more practical person. and I like to have the pieces more practical, usable. So I thought, why not to do the bed cover, which also can be combined with the patchwork, and afterwards not living or waiting for the daughter when she will get married, but using it every day, and this way to make the family more stronger. So this way I have created like a chimney chodar, the curtain, and afterwards you can use as a bed set. So this is also like a new approach where we are keeping the traditions and making the new products more practical. Suzani is a product maybe you have heard a lot. Now it's very trendy all over the world. Suzani is a wall hanging, which we functionally we are using for the wedding, for the first night when you cover the bride and the groom to pass them to their room. And mostly it's used like functionally for keeping them from the evil eye. And the sizes are very big. Usually it's the minimum is 1.5 to 2.5 meters. The giant can be from 2 meters to 8 meters. So one person can afford it actually. Usually this type of the things are embroidered or made by the group of the ladies during maybe 6 months or even more. So my new approach was like, I can't manage myself making a Suzani, the real one. So I had an approach to make the Suzani in miniature. For example, this is also a Suzani, but a smaller size, like A4 size. I had some of them, and these works were presented at Biennale in 2019, so where I got the first place. In 2021 actually, nowadays Suzani embroidery, the giant ones, they're not producing a lot like in Uzbekistan. So our brand in 2029, we decided to revive the culture of embroidering Suzani. So since that time, we're not producing them in a mass, but like a unique pieces we are producing, because it's like time consuming, labor consuming work, and it's comparatively expensive, and locals can't all of them afford them. So on this slide, you can see a revival of the Suzani, and as you see, the cushions, for example, here, I'm trying to keep the traditional pattern and then transformation into more modern style using the same patterns but different approaches. Ravshan collection, the same idea and the same approach, like keeping the traditional motifs and then transforming and even using the different techniques of embroidery. Ayushtur collection, which is unique for Fujian and specific color combinations. Another work what I'm working right now actually, the skull caps are very unique for us. It's a part of the traditional costume, but nowadays we are not using them a lot. So I have an idea, and actually I have started and I'm working on it. I want to collect the skull caps of the Tajikistan, different regions of Tajikistan, and have the digital version of the patterns as well, and have a story about them, the differences between the regions, the meaning of the patterns, because by the skull cap you could find out the age of the person, because for the girls were different, for the married ladies different, for men, young boy different skull caps, and for the old man as well. So this way you can find out the ages, but beside that you can judge the person by the skull cap from which region his or she is coming from, and beside that, based on the quality, based on the design, you can judge about the status of the person. So it's very interesting topic, and nowadays we have rarely people in the scientific side who are working on the scientific side. So this is also my aim, to keep the craft sustainable. So from having the book where you can find the resources, and also trying to revive the embroidery, the original skull caps as well. On this slide, you can see the skull caps that I have embroidered and made myself. Actually, another piece, part of the making the skull caps, the traditional way of making the form for the skull caps also kind of dying. So this is my aim, and I'm planning. Actually, I'm working on it as well to revive and keep sustainable the technique of the making skull caps as well. Another part of the traditional costume is the robes we call chapon. I'm working on them as well, keeping the traditional technique of the finishing of the making chapons and also with the new approaches, like using antique pieces of the fabrics, making a combination, etc. Nowadays, actually, now I'm in Tashkent, and here now from 16th to during this week, actually, I am participating at the fourth in Tashkent International Biennale, and for this time, I'm presenting my new work. This is actually a combination of this is a new approach, and it the small one of my small dreams came true. And I have presented my new work, which is combination of the Hebrew technique and traditional embroidery. The triptych that you see on the screen is dedicated to the Silk Road, and from the left side, I have taken the pattern from Venice, from the Market Square, and on the middle, it's a part of the traditional Suzani embroidery pattern from my grandmother Suzani. On the right side, this is the symbol, the pattern from the Chinese culture. This way, I wanted to show the Silk Road, and so this is my new approach and new work where I had quite good feedbacks. And the Tumar Amule, also I have tried to do keeping from the evil eye, all the meaning that the Tumar has. And here you can see that combination of the patterns from architectural design, from the jewelry, for example, Tumar comes from the jewelry, and the pop-up, the tassels, they are made like a 3D. They are leaf. So this way, I wanted to show that Silk Road and using Hebrew technique. Mostly the Hebrew technique, they're using the calligraphs or miniatures they're using on the paper, but rarely they're doing on the textile. So this was my new approach and new product that I gave to the Art Society. Besides all of this, in order to make the craft in Tajikistan sustainable, as I was a part of the tourism during last 10 years, we were conducting and we're still conducting the craft and cuisine tour, Suzani tour. And for next year, we are planning also like a heritage tour. This way, we are involving ladies in the rural area. Actually, we have a homestay of the artisan where you can stay, take a master classes. You can have a hands-on master classes, or you can just watch. This way, we are trying to combine tourism and handicraft and keep the craft sustainable. So, shukriya. Welcome to Tajikistan. If you have any questions, feel free.
The questions will be taken after the session. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Munira.
You're
Thank you for
welcome.
the beautiful insight towards the traditional design, bringing Howard to the future. Our next guest of honor, Ms. Isha Goha. She's a senior vice president, Concept Communication Limited. She has not been able to join us today since she was not well. So, starting with the paper presentations, first I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Harjai. And the title of his paper presentation is How Art Galleries and Artists Are Returning to Indian Roots for Provenance. Mr. Harjai. Ma'am, you need to exit the presentation. Ms. Munira.
It's already.
I think I have done. No?
Share.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I, Pankaj Harjai, pursuing my PhD from Sanchi University of Buddhist Indic Studies, thank Amity University for organizing this international conference and accepting my paper in this conference and giving me this opportunity to present my paper in front of you. So the topic of my paper is how art galleries and artists are returning to the Indian roots of provenance. The provenance here means the background of the nation. The background of the nation starts, the cultural background of the nation starts with its own roots. So I have taken one example from the Indian roots, this Prithvi Sattva Khand written in Khand 12, Sattva 1 of Rishi Atharva. Here, he transcends the scripts, the importance of living in harmony, eco-friendly, and need to value and protect nature. So our roots always talked about our nature, the balance between our nature, harmony, but the development of nation, the nation under the umbrella of development started misusing the resources, started making production of goods, started for the development sources, started the beliefs of the ritual Indian roots explains the importance of balance between human and nature with the simple example of dharma, moksha, kama and artha. In our roots, it is said that these are the four pursuits of human: dharma, moksha, kama and artha. If these four pursuits are kept balanced, then a human can pursue a fruitful life and with the balance of ecology and humanity. The developing society disbalance the artha and kama in this name of consumerism, under which leads to the exploitation of nature and wastage of resources. And in the imbalance leads to environmental issues, degradation and mental health hazards. Around 2002, the developed nations came together and knocked the door of UN. And they discussed about the problems which are faced by the nation and the developing nations were facing. India, as one of the developing nation, has started facing these problems like environmental issues, population, pollution, unnecessary use of resources, mass production, industrialization, which captured the society under the umbrella of development. Misuse of natural resources, deforestation, degradation of natural resources is done in India. We, as an artist and as a part of a society, and art as a tool to communicate has that responsibility and power, and we can be a part of society and provide that direction to the society. Artists are using eco-friendly materials nowadays in their visual languages to showcase and to give a picture to the society that how we are facing the problem today. Artist as a part of society and art as a tool to communicate is playing a big role in educating people nowadays. Artists are using recycling materials, reuse materials in art forms to bring differences in their artworks. So I have taken some of the examples from the gallery visits, the fair visits, from the biennales, from the exhibitions. some artists who are working in this direction of sustainability, who are working on the direction of sustainability, who are understanding the need of sustainability. So taking an example of Annie Samant at Kochi Muzeres Binale, she has showcased an installation named as Cannot Be Broken, Won't Be Spoken. The display of the installation is with the recycled material. She has placed all the waste materials together in such a way that the installation gives a resemblance of deities in a temple. So people who are seeing this installation get an idea, get an interaction to an installation that a waste, which is formless to the society, can be a form to someone. Another example which was given in this Binale itself was Sahil Lake's photography and installation, a story of displacements and bond. Around 1960 and 70, the Goa started making a dam. When they started making the dam, the 3,000 families has to refuse the land from one place to another. The artist saw the pain of that families. He collected the ruins from that specific area when the dam got dried. He collected the specimens, installed that specimens in the Binale, and made people understand the pain of that families who still moves to that place and feels the pain when they were forced to switch from one state to another or one part of land to another. Another example at the same Kochi Muzeres Binale was Samaira Rathor's architectural design, which was created by her with the ruins of mud, stone, threads, bricks. She tried to make a balance between the architecture and the nature. She talks about that the dharma, karma, and artha and moksha should always be kept in mind and harmonized with the nature in order to live. As the spokesperson speaks about the architecture should be kept in the mind that it should not disturb the environmental around, and environment and it should be done in a balance with the environment. Bandana Tiwari, one of the fashion designer and a fashion spokesperson, spoke about the consumerism that she has given one beautiful example at Kiran Nadar, that if we buy a t-shirt from a store, we never think or never thought who has created this t-shirt and from where this t-shirt has came from. She gives an example that one country is making cotton, and that cotton, the bulk of cotton goes to another country. That country creates a thread out of that cotton. That thread creates a cloth, and some other country cuts that cloth, and that cloth is designed by some other brand just for the consumerism's sake. We are destroying our resources. That one t-shirt which may cost 200 to 300 bucks, we all wear it for once, twice, and throw it back. So we never think about how much pain, how much craft, how much resources it has been gone through. We always think about our own consumerism. So the society needs to think. Similarly, these are some of the examples which the artists are doing nowadays, like Water Stories by Atul Bhalla, where he performs that how water remembers every and single aspect which a human has created on this earth. Similarly, Bodies and Armor in Cages by Shakuntala ma'am. Manish Nayak at Nature Murad Gallery presented one installation where he has used the jeans, toed cloth, and created an installation, an abstract installation, which depicts that the waste can also be used as a new medium of art. Coming to the conclusion of my research is that the artist, as a part of society where their creative skills and imagination nowadays have that tendency, have that independence to educate the society in their own style and depict the problem of their solution. Sustainability is the only way by which these challenges can be achieved. And to start sustainability, the society should be educated towards the challenges which the future generations and contemporary generations are facing. In 21st century, some artists are using eco-friendly materials, trash, recycled materials to create artwork, and with the help of the visual art as a mode of communication like exhibitions, installation, public art, video art, performance, etc., are educating the society towards sustainability. Eco-friendly, nature protective habits linking the roots of Indian culture, practices of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harjay. Next, we have Mr. Anup Pradhan. He'll be talking about analyzing the challenges and prospects of new media art in India.
Khushbu, can I take a second? I just wanted to say, Miss Munira, that was very interesting.
Sure, ma'am.
Am I audible? Khushbu?
You're audible.
I just wanted to thank Miss Munira. I thought it was very good. Her presentation on the Tajikistan and the textiles, very interesting. And the gentleman last was also very interesting. Thanks for giving us a glimpse of Kochi Binale. Next time we want to take questions, but it was nice that you could give us an overall view. And it's very important that artists are using different materials, and you shared that with our students. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for it.
Khushbu, you can carry on. I see Pooja Verma and a lot of people online from different universities. A very warm welcome to everyone, Dr. Joshi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please continue, Khushbu.
Thank you, ma'am.
ये ना सर
इनका नोट के नाम से नोट ऊपर से तीसरा
ये
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to thank Amity University for organizing such a wonderful event, conference, and I'm thankful that they accepted my paper and giving me this opportunity to present my paper. So I'm Anup Ratn. I'm doing my PhD from Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad. Basically, my topic will be the analyzing the challenges and prospects of new media art in India. So, in the recent year, okay. So, to begin with, I would like to start with a quote by Charles Carey. Art made by using and reflecting upon new media and new technology help us to understand how our lives are being transformed by using these very media and technology. To describe it, so art created by using media and technology serves as a lens through we can gain insight into the profound impact these tools have in our life. Art is also a mirror of our life, which reflect our achievements, our concerns about society, or different other aspects of life. So, going forward, okay, thank you. So, basically, I want to highlight the concern. I want to highlight the topic which is related to new media art. To define a new media art, basically, it is the intersection or it's a combination of visual art and the evolving technology, where we would be using technology to express our creative ideas. And so in the recent year, the use of media in the sense it's a plural of medium. Often we consider that abstraction in form, abstraction in colors, abstraction in different other aspects. So media is also a kind of abstraction of media. So here in the recent year, the use of media, which prominently we consider that the photography, videos, animations, are nowadays the virtual aspects, which is AR and VR, has been significantly increased, and also it is reflecting India as well. So to start with, at means in the beginning, where in 20th century, while artists were exploring different other alternative mediums through which they can express their idea or the concept which they have in their mind, and traditional medium, which is considered the traditional medium, basically it's made, which can be significant or signified through the use of medium like watercolor or painting, different kind of paintings and all. So medium, after the advent of or invention of printing, photography and the video, we have seen number of experiments started during that time. In that sequence, the first one, which is by Marshall Duchamp and Ferdinand Leger, that was animatic art, which was a sequential images or sequential drawings, which has been played in a manner so that it can give you an illusion of movement. So that incorporation of different mediums around us, with the help of or with the advancement of the technology and mediums, it also have opened new possibility through which we can create a new kind of artworks, and that was also helped to create means different kind of other challenges as well. So it also has changed the creative process. It also has changed the how to showcase your work. So this paper is, or this is the exploration through which I have tried to explore that in Indian context, how the art or the new technology oriented art is expanding. So the keywords are basically new media art, computation. It came due to the portability of video or so technology advancements also have democratized, because earlier the art is more about that skill set, and also new media arts may require different kind of skill sets, but it is also opening up a new horizon, a new potential and a possibility for the upcoming artists. So the method is the qualitative approach, where I try to explore the existing literatures, and also I try to talk with the different artists who are using, especially I had opportunity to talk late Vivan Sundaram and Ranbir Kaleka sir. So so that during my discussion, so I'm also means using their thoughts in my. So basically, traditional art is more about that the traditional medium which we have used earlier, especially the drawing, paintings, and the new media art is an exploration of creating an art beyond canvas. So that is all about the new media art, and through that. So because of that means comments of because of the introduction of new media in the art form, different challenges has means appears, or which are follows. Like first of all, the beyond boundaries. So earlier, as I mentioned earlier too, that mostly most of the earlier traditional art they could recognize by the medium which has been used to create that. And new media art is also opening an abstraction in media, where you are either dealing with a single media, which could be a video, photography, or nowadays virtual space, but alongside you can use a combination of different other mediums. So that is creating a juxtaposition, creating a combination of different mediums. New media art also implies a digital technologies, electronic interactive mediums. So that is also about the looking beyond the regular traditional. Okay. So due to the comments of new media or the technology, because it's also started to create an anxiety with the traditional artist, existing traditional artist also means, because it's a everyday changing, updating. You have to upgrade yourself day by day, because new technology is also evolving by the time. So it also dealing with the art market means, often I talk to the new media artists, especially the new one who are involved in the computational art or generative art, about the art market, means whether they equally regarded as the traditional artists, because traditional art have their well established market, and still means we have to accept that it is more on the wall hanged paintings or wall hanged art pieces. So also it means it's the existing medium market is all about that. It meant for the well established for the traditional art, but still new media is also making space within that. Another challenge is that time-based media, because what has added after the comments of new media in the what expression has added, that is, one is the time and another is the space, where you are getting immersed, or it is giving you an immersive experience while you watching an art piece. So that time base is also creating, means it is also giving a narrative stories telling, and also helping artists to narrate their their story or their side of stories. Another thing is documentation, which is digitally means save or digitally preserve the art pieces. So one of the examples I can mention over here, that is Akbar Padamsi's artwork, which has means revived through the Asim Ahluwalia's effort, which is the image is already here. And the collaboration is also opening the collaboration options with different other, because an artist cannot be expert of everything. So it is also opening a possibility to collaborate with different other expertise, like a painter can collaborate with a video filmmaker or a programming artist. So also it is also giving you an immersive and engaging. So to conclude, so it is also opening up a new possibility, especially with the younger generation. However, the existing market is significantly based on the traditional art form, but still new galleries is like Kiran Nadar and Vadera Art Gallery, they are also opening new possibilities, or they are also curating new media art based artworks. So yeah, so we have to create an awareness, we have to create also understand like what is new media art and how it must be perceived. So thank you so much for listening me, and thank you everyone for.
Thank you, Mr. Anuprat. Now I would like to call Ms. Sushmita Saman to present her paper. The topic of her paper is Visual Communication in Art, Exchanging Narratives Through Social Media Platforms with New Mediums.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Amity School of Fine Arts, for giving us this opportunity to present our paper. My paper name is Visual Communication and Art, Exchanging Narratives Through Social Media Platforms with New Mediums. The paper focuses on the following key points: visual communication in social media. The paper presents a comprehensive exploration of the relationship between art, social media, and the pandemic, establishing the historical significance of art as a means of communication, setting the stage for a discussion of its intersection with social media platforms. A shift to digital platforms. The paper effectively introduces the concept of NFTs and their impact on the art world, showcasing how the art landscape is evolving and embracing new digital mediums. Also, how NFTs' popularity degraded in countries like India and other Asian countries. A perspective on sharing art in social platform. Throughout the paper, numerous case studies and examples of artists using various mediums during the pandemic are presented, provided a real world context to the discussion. And finally, the future of visual art and the way we perceive it. Art has always been a mediator to express, allowing individuals to convey complex emotions, ideas, philosophy, and experiences through visual narratives. It has also been considered as a language which changes its form and shape to help understanding the source. In contemporary world of digitalization, we rely on visual communication rather than spoken language, finding it to be more versatile and effective way to connect and convey our thoughts. The impact of digital platforms and social media on visual art has been profound in recent years, and platforms like Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook have revolutionized how artists create, share, and engage with art, leading to significant changes in the art world. It has not only fostered artists to display their art with the viewers, but also made way for the galleries and museums to advertise and use social media to communicate their programs and events. With the social media, it has formed a bridge to remotely connect to diverse parts of the world instantly from any corner of the world. In 2020, the outbreak of the coronavirus created a huge turmoil in our lifestyle and the way we saw ourselves. Exhibitions took over by Instagram feed, a new generation of art lovers which created interactive artworks for viewers to experience and indulge in it. The issue of social sharing of art is also a pertinent one. With the rise of the art being one out there in the world, the authenticity of ideas and artworks are also losing its value, reflects the downside of these platforms. The realization that art has become a commodity and has been more than accessible commodity is also alarming for the creators who are facing trouble for copyrights and putting charges on the other creators for using their ideas or concepts or being said as an inspiration. Certain ownership or concerning aspects which arise, such as what is the impact of social media on art appreciation and ownership? Do social media platforms embrace the art content or trying to dictate the algorithm by regulating the reach of the creators? Now, you guys must have seen this very famous artwork, and it's an NFT. So, emerging scenes, creative scenes, I'm going to discuss about NFT a little bit. So, basically, since the emergence of NFT in 2016, many artists have experimented with their new digital device to market their creations. Non-fungible tokens is a digital asset that is not mutually interchangeable and ownership can be transferred securely. In essence, they are digital goods which are unique. The platform provided opportunities for both selling and purchasing artworks. Collectibles gain value because of a combination of their history, story, cultural relevance, and rarity. Making it accessible to understand the art field found it possible to sell their work through NFTs, and it was a great attempt to democratize art and building new market for all creators. In India, Bangalore-born Raghav was an early adopter to computer-based technologies in art. In 2017, Raghav started a project with American investor Mike Novaratz, for which he wrote up a vision statement, essentially saying that if you can make an algorithm unique, it will be opening a tsunami of value, where every stakeholder participates. Now there are various other people who have invested and who have created a lot of things in NFTs. A young artist called Tressa Melvin. She's a 13-year-old kid. She has also been making NFTs, and she has, I think, sold around 100 NFTs on websites like OpenSeas. So I'll be like to focus on the effects of NFTs and other social media platforms. Why the NFT platform later did not gain too much hype in India. The first thing was the insecurity among artists and creators due to the requirement of paying a certain amount to showcase their artworks on the platform. A creator needed to have an existing crypto wallet in order to upload artworks, set price, mint NFTs, and publish them and sell them. The constant urge to promote the artworks by advertising and keeping a track was too overwhelming. Uncertain nature of cryptocurrency values in India, which differed significantly from currencies in the UK and US, created a huge challenge. In a digital space where everything is decentralized, and lacks a stable currency, this disparity led to difficulties ultimately resulting in the platform's inability to sustain itself in India. Cultural legitimacy is affected and replaced by the world of NFTs. So basically, intermediaries like gallery owners, curators, art critics, and conventional creators, collectors, and public subsidiaries, they all were getting affected by it. Yeah. So here, I would like to focus on how through pandemic, a huge impact was being focused on artists and the creators. Today, platforms like KBX Exhibit, Terran Art were such platforms in the time period of Corona where they were exhibiting artworks in social media platforms, mainly in Instagram. These are some of the works, like for example, this artist called Karma, he used eggshells basically to represent his own visuals of the landscape of Ladakh. Then we have an artist called Gunjan who introduced, who basically made her own brand and kind of made artworks out of embroideries. In conclusion, I would like to say that Visual Bridge has been connecting world and mediating diverse cultures, philosophies, and experiences, playing a pivotal role in communication. The digital realm has revolutionized this connection, offering a platform for individuals to express themselves while opening new avenues for earning, entertaining, and art promotions. The democratization of digital art has enabled non-artists to potentially earn more than those who have dedicated years to studying their craft. And social media adversely affected contemporary artistic production, but also appreciated the commodifying artworks. The importance of redefining visual art is a powerful medium and communication and the complex challenges artists face. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, I would have Ms. Satakshi Tiwari and Dr. Nilesh Bhalerao. She'll be presenting the paper on new media art trends, effects on traditional artists.
प्रिपेयर मांग रही है मैम, प्रिपेयर मांग पीपीटी इनकी सही नहीं है मैम, प्रिपेयर रुक जाइए 1 मिनट अगर फुल में सही आएगा तो आ जाए, ठीक है।
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Satakshi Tiwari. I'm a first year student doing Bachelor of Design from Maharashtra Institute of Art, Design and Technology. Before I begin, I would like to thank Amity University for giving me the opportunity to stand up here on the stage and present my paper. My paper is titled The Impact of Unconventional Art on Traditional Medium and Traditional Mediums in the Age of New Media Installations. My paper focuses on the rise of installations as a form of expression, and along with the unconventional art trends that have been coming up in the recent years. So the landscape of art has transformed with the emergence of unconventional mediums that include digital art, cyborg art, artificial intelligence, that are challenging the conventions and perceptions of traditional art forms like paintings and sculptures, which are often more resource intensive and time consuming. By examining the impact of unconventional art on traditional mediums, particularly in the context of new media installations, my research seeks to understand the evolving relationship between the two. In my paper, I will more like introduce or talk about the historical context of new media, the artistic innovation in the new mediums that are being used nowadays, the future trends in new media, one case study that particularly caught my eye, and the technology's role in upcoming art. So, for a historical context, the beginning of new media art can be traced back to the 19th century inventions of moving images, such as the phenakistoscope and the praxinoscope, which basically were inventions that showed moving images on loops with the help of light, which was a new innovation and invention in those years. New media also began to appear and continue to appear in the 20th century, where as technologies rapidly developed. What is most fascinating about the new media trends is that they don't focus on one style. You embody different perceptions into something that one can feel, touch, and interact with. Artistic innovation. So the focus from this point is to see the different mediums that are now being used. Traditional mediums such as graphite, oil, and acrylic paints are still commonly used, but artists around the world have found new and innovative ways to express themselves through art in various forms. There are endless variety of ready-made materials, neon lights, rice paper, steel pins, CDs, thread, smoke, felt, beads, glass, and even waste. By combining creativity and activism, another topic that many new media artists are focusing on like in positive changes in the face of global climate crisis. Furthermore, I would like to focus on the future trends in new media, which involve the use of computer mechanics, neurasthenics, and expression of powerful opinions. As we all know that computers are a big tool in the advancement of a lot of technology in today's world, where they're involved in almost all spheres of our life, including art through augmented reality, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. Then mechanics through the updating and inventions of new 3D printers, and other mechanics and software that help us in creating the art that we usually see. Then neurasthenics, which is a new topic where they use neural pathways to stimulate emotions through their artwork. I pinpointing on a certain emotion that they want to elicit in the person viewing their art. And then, as I mentioned earlier, activism and expression of powerful opinions, where artists are using their art to give forth powerful messages to the crowd. So a case study that I wanted to focus on to be a part of my research paper was Damien Hirst's 1991 work titled The Physical Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living, wherein the art consists of a tiger shark preserved in a 5% formaldehyde solution display case, which initially, due to poor preservation, the shark began to deteriorate and give fumes of formaldehyde in the surroundings, which is another problem one can say that comes up when you have installations being presented. So Damien Hirst basically wanted to preserve something that was big enough to eat you. So the entire case consists of a huge tiger shark that was caught off land, Queensland, Australia, and then preserved in this case. To end, I would like to once again focus on technology's role in art, where finally we see two different topics come together. Like I mentioned, AR, VR, and AI, 3D printers, social media, and virtual guides in museums. To conclude, I would say that one can without doubt say that growth and demand in modern art installations will surely become a mainstream in the art industry and focus on new form age of expression in installations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite our sponsors from Brown Curves for sharing an insight about their product. Brown Curves. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We all know in today's world we are surrounded by plastic things, so it has become our daily routine now. So, as per the ongoing theme on today's event, lifestyle for environment, I want you all to give some attention to the toys that we give our children or the loved ones, the plastic toys. We at Brown Curves understood the severity of effects of plastic on children and thought to give our bit to the society by replacing the plastic toys by wooden toys. I, Uday Singh, an alumni of the ASFA department, introduces you to our new startup, Brown Curves, a premium wooden toy company which not only connects your loved ones to the nature, but also are sustainable enough to stay with them for a lifetime. So now the question arises, if not plastic, then I would be cutting trees to make these wooden toys. We are exporting these wood from Europe, which is certified and is specially farmed for the commercial use only. Through these three categories, we have divided our products into learn, play, and organize. We help the children to develop their cognitive and thinking skills with the learn category. Like the triangles you are seeing on the presentation, just like the small blocks which can create a huge building, are triangles act as same and create huge structures just like presented. Secondly, developing their motor skills with pretend toys and vehicles, as the faculty can experience it. The toys are incorporated with the high quality bearings and wheels and wings, which goes on and on for miles. Third, organize. You can just brand your business and decorate your houses with the customized product range. So coming to the concept creation, from generating only an idea through sketch and processing a simple toy, we have converted it into an agenda to make children learn through these. For example, cars have animal imprints and their offsprings and the paws on the cars. So it helps the children to imagine and develop their imaginative skills through playing with these toys. We use non-toxic colors on our products, and these don't have any nails or splinters also. So these are handcrafted, unique designed, specially created wooden toys. So that's it. We are giving a bit to the society, and I welcome you all to hold hands with us and join us with this journey. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Khushbu, to the gentleman who showed for brown curves. Thank you to our sponsor. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sponsor, I think the products are very interesting. They would make lovely Diwali gifts too.
Do we have any questions from the session? So to conclude the session, thank you, Ms. Munirva, to share the insight about the traditional designs and how to bring them into future, how she's using the designs, the traditional art designs, as a future target for the people, as she's helping all the women around. Thank you, Mr. Pankaj, for sharing an insight about the art galleries and the artists and how they are turning the Indian roots into provenance. Mr. Anup Ratan for discussing about the challenges and prospects of new media art. Ms. Sushmita for discussing about the exchanging narratives to visual communication and art. And Ms. Satakshi, as she showed us a beautiful insight towards the new media art trends that gives an effect on the traditional artist. Now, we will be having a short break for lunch. The session will again begin at 1:50. All the students are requested to come back here at 1:50.
All the students are coming in front now. Send them up front. Please settle down quickly. We are starting. May I request all the volunteers to please take up? So we are about to start with the technical session 2.
Video you will play after this event or
No, I will play it after this session.
after this?
Eventually, if you wish to play, there is a video on the down this desktop.
So one thing can be done, like I will start if it is possible. Otherwise, you can go with the flow as per your flow. And I can start. I will just check with the audience if they know what they know.
Perfect. So then I'll play.
And then maybe I will just give you a signal to.
May I request all the volunteers, please take up, send the students up front. There are seats vacant in the front. Now the students who are entering, you can send them up front. So. Prakash sir, Hemant sir se technology de lekho. So welcome back to the afternoon session of the International Conference on Innovation in Visual Art. We have started the session at 10. We are done with the 2 sessions and concluding our 2 sessions more to go. We have a guest of honors here in this sessions. There are 4 guests of honors and there will be paper presentations from 7 universities. Now, the technical session 2 talks about art, aesthetics and philosophy. And we have with us guest of honor, Mr. Prakash Chadwakar, senior artist. And we have guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Malik, senior director of Wacom India Private Limited. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Prakash Chandwakar was born on 1st December 1965 in Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Mr. Prakash received a bachelor's from Fine Arts and Government School of Art, Aurangabad, and have worked with various studios in printmaking. His awards includes Rangetkar Merit Award, School Government of Art, Aurangabad, 4th International Biennale Award Exhibition of Prints in Japan, World Award winner Gallery Kakro, Poland, All Indian Award by Rajasthan Lalit Kala Akademi, Jaipur, and many more to go. He has various solo exhibitions under his belt, including at Jahangir Art Gallery, Mumbai, Rama Gallery, and these are some of the most prestigious in India and abroad. Various group shows at Mumbai, Bhopal, Kathmandu, South Korea, Netherlands, and Japan. We welcome you here, sir. So you're invited on the dais, please.
नमस्कार सर। मैं हिंदी में बोलूंगा क्योंकि मैं सोचता भी हिंदी में हूँ। इस आर्ट फील्ड में मैं आया जब मैं 6 साल का था, तब मैंने कंफर्म किया कि मुझे सिर्फ आर्टिस्ट बनना है। और उसके बाद मेरा आर्ट का जर्नी शुरू हुआ। तब मैं गांव में था जहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी नहीं थी, तो कैलेंडर मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा आर्ट था। तो मुझे कैलेंडर करना है, बस एक ही ड्रीम था। तो उसके बाद मैं कर, तो फिर बाद में हमारे एक टीचर ने बोला कि औरंगाबाद में आपको सीखने मिलेगा। तो फिर मैं वहाँ से 10th के बाद मेरे मार्क्स अच्छे थे, तो मुझे MBBS में डाल दिया था मम्मी डैडी ने। तो फिर 2-3 महीने मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आया क्योंकि मेरा सपना ही पेंटर बनने का था। तो फिर मैं वो छोड़ के आर्ट स्कूल में 3-4 महीने बाद ज्वाइन हुआ। तो फाउंडेशन क्लास में मैं जब ज्वाइन हुआ तो तकरीबन 6 महीने लगे मुझे कि एग्जैक्टली आर्ट क्या है, किस तरह से उसे डेवलप किया जाता है, या उसमें क्या सब्जेक्ट्स है, या उसमें क्या प्रोसेस है। तो उसके बाद सेकंड ईयर थर्ड ईयर में मैं पेंटिंग में जब गया, फाइन आर्ट्स में ज्वाइन किया, तब सारे लाइक होशियार स्टूडेंट सारे अप्लाइड आर्ट में एडमिट होते थे और जो एकदम डफर है वो लोग फाइन आर्ट में जाते थे। तो मैं उस टाइम पे डफर था तो मैं फाइन आर्ट में चला गया। तो लास्ट में मैं मतलब हम लोग 80 स्टूडेंट थे तो 7 फाइन आर्ट में गए और बाकी सारे अप्लाइड में गए। तो दिखता था तो तीसरे साल में जब लाइब्रेरी में बैठा तो सारी दुनिया धीरे धीरे पन्नों की तरह मेरे सामने खुलती गई। तब मैं एब्स्ट्रैक्ट और जो कंटेम्प्ररी मॉडर्न आर्ट जो है उससे परिचित हुआ। और तब उसके बाद मेरा सारा समय लाइब्रेरी में ही जाने लगा कंटिन्यूस, क्योंकि वो बहुत बड़ा सेक्शन था समझने के लिए। और फिर मैं कैलेंडर से दूर होते होते एब्स्ट्रैक्ट की तरफ चला गया। थर्ड ईयर तक मैं रियलिस्टिक काम करता था, टोटल जो सिखाया जाता है, जो असाइनमेंट्स वगैरह होती है। तो थर्ड ईयर में मैं त्रिनाथ करके एक आर्टिस्ट था, उनका बॉम्बे में जहांगीर में एक रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव देखा। तो उनका काम देखने के बाद मुझे लगा कि मैं इसके एंड तक तो आराम से जा सकता हूँ, लेकिन इसके आगे नहीं जा सकता हूँ, क्योंकि इन्होंने जो किया है, या जो स्किल था उसमें, या जो एनर्जी थी, और जो पेंटिंग की एक डेप्थ, रियलिटी, जैसे वाटर कलर थे, एक्रेलिक थे और ऑयल कलर थे, तो उनका जो वर्चस्व था तो बहुत जबरदस्त तगड़ा वर्चस्व था। और उस समय बहुत सारे आर्टिस्ट रियलिस्टिक ही काम कर रहे थे। तो उसके आगे का रास्ता मुझे पता नहीं लगा कि मैं इस यहाँ तक पहुंचूंगा, इसके आगे पहुंचूंगा नहीं। तो फिर मैंने वो रास्ता छोड़ने का सोचा। फिर और स्टडी करने के बाद मैंने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में देखा कि ये जर्नी लाइक इनटू अननोन है और अनंत है एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में अगर जाते हो, क्योंकि धीरे धीरे जब मैं प्रिंट मेकिंग सेक्शन में आया तो प्रिंट करते करते मुझे ज्यादा लाइक मैं अपने करीब आते गया। जो मेरे फॉर्म्स थे, मेरी एनर्जी थी, वो मैं किसी भी तरह से अपने प्लेट में उतार सकता था। मेरे टीचर बहुत अच्छे थे, वामन चिंचोकर। उन्होंने मुझे लाइक फोर्थ ईयर तक तकरीबन प्रिंट मेकिंग के 20 मीडियम सिखाए थे, जो कि आजकल 4-5 मीडियम में ही लाइक उससे ज्यादा एजुकेशन नहीं होता है। मैंने देखा है बहुत सारे आर्ट स्कूल में। लेकिन जब आपको एक मीडियम पे, कोई भी मीडियम पे एक तरह से प्रभुत्व आ जाता है, तो आप अपनी एनर्जी और अपनी थॉट प्रोसेस उस मीडियम के थ्रू लाइक प्रकट कर सकते हो, कम्युनिकेट कर सकते हो, या आप उस तरह से प्रिंट कर सकते हो। तो प्रिंट मेकिंग में मेरा ज्यादा ध्यान चला गया। मैं प्रिंट मेकिंग करता था। तो प्रिंट मेकिंग उस समय बहुत छोटे छोटे होते थे, लाइक मैक्सिमम लाइक 30-40 इंचेस होता था। तो मुझे लगा कि ये लिमिटेशंस तो नहीं होना चाहिए कोई भी मीडियम पे। तो मैं उसे और तब मैं फॉर्मलेस एब्स्ट्रैक्शन करता था, टोटल लाइक नॉन रिप्रेजेंटेटिव एक्शनल में मेरा ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट था। तो उस लिनो इचिंग करता था मैं। तो लिनो इचिंग को मैंने लास्ट में लाइक 13 फीट हाइट तक किया, जो 30-40 तक से जा नहीं सकता था। और तब इतने बड़ी मशीन भी नहीं थी, तो 30-40 के पेपर पे लाइक ब्लॉक काट के अलग अलग प्रिंट करता था। तो प्रिंट मेकिंग में जो भी प्रिंट करते हैं, पता होगा कि कोई भी एक प्रिंट दूसरे प्रिंट जैसा आता नहीं है, 90-20 फर्क होता है। लेकिन एक अच्छे गुरु मेरे पास होने के कारण मैं लाइक 9 पेपर्स में भी सेम प्रिंट लाता था, क्योंकि जब आप किसी मीडियम पे फुल स्किल हासिल करते हो तो ये सारी चीजें इजी अवेलेबल, मतलब तो जैसे 13 फीट का प्रिंट मैंने प्रिंट कंप्लीट होने के बाद देखा, उस फुल प्रोसेस में क्या हो रहा है मुझे अनकॉन्शियस में पता होता था कि क्या हो रहा है उसमें, कौन सा कलर कितने डेंसिटी में जा रहा है, कहाँ पे कंपोज हो रहा है, कहाँ पे बैलेंस हो रहा है, कहाँ पे उसकी लाइन कट कर रही है, कहाँ पे जा रही। तो नौ पेपर कट करने के बाद जब एक ब्लॉक लगाया हमने 13 फीट का, तो वो प्रिंट अभी भी क्रैको म्यूजियम में और जापान म्यूजियम में पहली बार उन्होंने इतने बड़े प्रिंट्स देखे एशिया में। फिर मेरे बाद उस प्रिंट के बाद काफी 20 फीट 30 फीट तक के प्रिंट जापानीज आर्टिस्ट ने किए, सेरीग्राफी के है वो, तो सेरीग्राफी इतना बड़ा वो लोगों ने आराम से कर लिया था। तो वो सारा चीजें मेरे अंदर का डर निकालते गए, और स्किल जो है वो प्रिंट मेकिंग। तो मैं फिर भारत भवन में आया। भारत भवन भोपाल में एक मल्टी मीडिया आर्ट कल्चर सेंटर था, और वहां पे फिर मैं अपने स्पिरिचुअल सेल्फ से मिला, क्योंकि मुझे बहुत सारे माइस्ट्रो मिले वहां पे, म्यूजिक के, कविताओं के, लिटरेचर के, पेंटिंग के, सारे वहां पे गुरु आते थे। 3-3 महीने कोई रहता था, और सबसे पर्सनल रिलेशन होने के बाद पता चला कि जो एक क्रिएटिविटी है ये बेसिकली अपने अंदर की एनर्जी के साथ है, स्पिरिचुअल एनर्जी के साथ खेल है। मैंने आज तक इस फील्ड में उसको कमर्शियल की तरह लिया नहीं है। पेंटिंग बेचना या पेंटिंग पे सरवाइव करना मेरा कभी भी एम रहा नहीं है, और मैं सिग्नेचर आर्टिस्ट कभी रहा नहीं, लेकिन जो भी करता था बिकता था। तो ओरिजिनल आर्ट बिकना बहुत ही आसान काम था एक जमाने में, 2008 तक। 2008 के बाद इंटरनेशनल रिसेशन के बाद मार्केट काफी बुरी स्थिति में अभी चल रहा है। तो फिर भी मैं सरवाइव कर रहा हूँ केवल इनर एक ताकत के साथ, जो क्रिएटिविटी में और स्पिरिचुअल थॉट प्रोसेस में आपको आती है। और स्पिरिचुअल थॉट प्रोसेस में आपकी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी, जो भी आपकी पेंटिंग या जो भी आप प्रिंट या जो भी करते हो, उसमें एक अपने ही ताकत पैदा करता है। तो उसका जो वो इजीली कम्युनिकेट करता है। जैसे मेरी एनर्जी है, मेरे पेंटिंग के सामने जब कोई भी खड़ा होता है तो उसे समझाना पड़ता नहीं है, कि सब्जेक्ट देना नहीं पड़ता है या कुछ भी नहीं देना पड़ता है, वो उसे तुरंत रिलेट कर लेता है, क्योंकि वो एनर्जी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी को तुरंत ग्रास्प करके वो उसे समझ में आ जाता है। उसे समझाना नहीं पड़ता है कि क्या है, टोटल एब्स्ट्रैक्शन होने के बावजूद भी समझाना नहीं पड़ता है कि चीज क्या है। तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट जैसे प्रिंट मेकिंग के बाद मैं स्टेशन चेंज किया, मैं काठमांडू चला गया। काठमांडू में मैं नेपाली पेपर, जो लोकता पेपर है, वो लेने गया था। जैसे प्रिंट मेकिंग था तो पेपर का बहुत बड़ा नॉलेज होना जरूरी था। तो पता चला कि लोकता पेपर का जो लाइफ है वो 300 से 500 साल है, क्योंकि वो एसिड फ्री पेपर होता है। जैसे दुनिया में 3 ही एसिड फ्री पेपर है, एक कोशी पेपर है, एक पेपरस है, और एक लोकता पेपर है। तो गया तो, लेकिन जब पेपर लेने गया तो काठमांडू की जो एनर्जी है, मुझे लगा कि मेरा घर ही यही रह जाओ, पेपर लेके जाना है, छोड़ दो, यही काम करते हैं। तो तब से मैं 25 साल तक वहीं पे काम करते रहा। पहले 2 साल मैंने देखा प्रिंट मेकिंग का तो मार्केट भी नहीं था, वैसे मार्केट से कोई लेना देना था। वुडकट किया मैंने, कलर वुडकट काफी 20-20 22-22 कलर के, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हल्दूड और लोकता पेपर दोनों परफेक्ट मीडियम थे काम करने के लिए। उसके बाद फिर बैठा मार्केट और देखा कि कंटेम्प्ररी आर्ट का मार्केट सिर्फ सारे आर्टिस्ट मिलके 3-4 लाख रुपए का था साल भर का। तो मैं बोला यार इसमें तो सरवाइव होना मुश्किल है, जितने पैसे थे खत्म हो गए। तो मतलब कुछ ना कुछ तो नया ढूंढना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने देखा कि ट्रेडिशनल जो स्कल्पचर थे, जो मेटल क्राफ्ट था वहाँ का, और थांका पेंटिंग और वुड कार्विंग, उसका मार्केट 1 अरब का था, और कंटेम्प्ररी आर्ट का सिर्फ 3-4 लाख का था। तो बोला कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ है, इसमें थोड़ा सा गैप है। तो फिर वो गैप का स्टडी करने के बाद पता चला कि जितने भी इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट आते हैं या डिप्लोमेट्स आते हैं या जो भी है, वो एक 2 बार थांका या ये खरीदते, बाद में उनको सोवेनियर के टाइप में कोई नया काम चाहिए होता है जिसका सब्जेक्ट बुद्धिज्म हो, और जो थॉट प्रोसेस बुद्धिज्म हो, ताकि काठमांडू तो बुद्ध का ही शहर है, तो नेचुरली बुद्ध। तो मैंने फिर 2 साल पूरा पेंटिंग छोड़ के 2 साल में एक वहाँ पे पिलग्रिम बुक शॉप है, वहाँ बैठ के बुद्धिज्म का स्टडी किया। मैं औरंगाबाद में पैदा हुआ था, तो बचपन में अजंठा एलोरा में तो मेरा एक उस इमेजेस से एक रिलेशनशिप तो था ही, क्योंकि क्यूरेटर घर के पास रहते थे, सैटरडे संडे मुझे ले जाते थे, तो वही बुद्धा की गोद में सोला देते थे, वहां पे टूरिस्ट कम आते थे तब। तो दोपहर में उनके साथ ही मेरा उसी इमेज के साथ मेरा एक रिलेशन था। वही मुझे फिर काठमांडू में जाके जब मैं बुद्धिज्म का स्टडी कर रहा था, तो करते करते 1 साल तक मैं बुद्धिज्म का स्टडी किया, फिर 1 साल के बाद विजुअल बुद्धिज्म का स्टडी किया कि बुद्धिज्म में विजुअल का क्या महत्व है और किस तरह से किया था, उसमें अजंठा एलोरा भी आया। फिर उसके बाद एक थांका जो था, तिबेटियन बुद्धिज्म में जो पूरे थांका पेंटिंग्स थे वो उनका पूरा मैथमेटिकल स्ट्रक्चर में वो पेंटिंग करते, जो स्टोरी टेलिंग होता है बुद्धा का। जैसे अजंठा एलोरा में जातक कथाओं का था, तो जातक कथा तकरीबन हमको पता है, लेकिन अजंठा की जातक कथा इतनी इजीली आप ग्रास्प नहीं कर सकते जितना थांका पेंटिंग में बुद्धिज्म की स्टोरीज आप तो वहां तो वज्रायन है, तो वज्रायन में जो शक्तिवर्धक जो है ग्रीन तारा, व्हाइट तारा, और जैसे वहां तब पहली बार पता चला कि 29 फीमेल बुद्धा है और 13 बुद्धा है। तो स्टडी होने के बावजूद इमेज इतने ज्यादा होने लगी कि विजुअल बुद्धिज्म की इमेजेस मेरे लाइक जब मैंने स्टडी किया तो बहुत सारी थी, मतलब एक ही बुद्धा हम लोग देखते थे। तो उसमें से फिर बाद में मैंने 2 साल पूरा स्टडी करने के बाद फिर मैंने अपनी खुद की बुद्धा इमेज बनाई, जिसकी काफी आंखें पूरी खुली थी, और जो एक बुद्धा शब्द जैसे हम लोग बोलते तो एक शांति हो जाती है मन में, और शब्द में ही इतनी ताकत है कि आपको थोड़ा शांत फील होने लगता है, लेकिन वो इमेज में नहीं हो रहा था। फिर बाद में पता चला कि बुद्धा का इमेज 2 डायमेंशन के बजाय 3 डायमेंशनल होना चाहिए। स्कल्पचर में बुद्धा जितना आपको अपील करता है या जितना वो इमेज आप पे छाप छोड़ते हैं, उतने ड्राइंग नहीं छोड़ सकता है बुद्धा का। इसलिए आप जैसे अभी इंडिया में मैंने बहुत सारे बुद्धा पेंटिंग देखे, मोस्टली कैलेंडर देखे, अब बहुत डेकोरेटिव बुद्धा देखे, तो उसमें मुझे वो फील ही नहीं आता है रियली बुद्धा का। मोस्टली लाइक कमर्शियल वर्क लगता है, कैलेंडर पेंटिंग लगता है, क्योंकि जब तक आपके दिमाग में वो सब्जेक्ट पूरी तरह से काम मतलब बैठ नहीं जाता है, जैसे आप कहते हो कि डाटा फिक्स नहीं होता है, तो आपके दिमाग में उस सब्जेक्ट का अगर डाटा कम पूरा भरा हुआ है तो ही आप अपनी एनर्जी के साथ अपनी खुद की इमेज बना सकते हो जो आपको प्रोड्यूस करना है। वैसे फिर बुद्धा की मेरे इमेज और बुद्धा को जो वज्रायन में है, जिसमें मैंने बाद में ट्रायंगल, बोधी लीव्स वगैरह बहुत सारी चीजें ऐड करके बुद्धिज्म पे काम किया, और काफी सक्सेसफुल रहा वो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में। और उसके बाद मैं छोड़ के एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में चला गया। तो फिर बाद में अभी मैं बुद्धिज्म एब्स्ट्रैक्शन डेवलप किया, जो आपके मेडिटेशन में एनर्जी जो होती है, आपका जो इंटरनल कांटेक्ट होता है इटर्निटी से, उस इटर्निटी से इंटरनल कांटेक्ट जब होता है तो मेडिटेशन प्रोसेस में कुछ इमेजेस अपने आप ही तैयार होती है, उस एनर्जी तैयार होती है। अभी मैं उस एनर्जी के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ। तो अभी मैं शायद 1 साल से दिल्ली में हूँ, अभी और 1 आध साल रहूंगा फिर वापस जाऊंगा, तो अभी मैं यहाँ पे काम कर रहा हूँ। चलेगा, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, इट वाज वेरी इंडीड प्लेजेंट टू लिसन टू यू। आपने बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया। और नेक्स्ट वी हैव ऑन डाइस मिस्टर राजीव मलिक, who is entity head of Wacom India, leading the way of in technological innovation with over 25 years of experience in technology sector. Mr. Rajiv has established himself as a visionary leader, constantly pushing boundaries and embracing the emerging technologies. His strategical insights, forward-thinking approach has been instrumental in positioning the Wacom as a marketing leader in the field of digital creative solutions. We welcome you, sir.
This handheld mic.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. So let me thank MET School of Fine Arts for inviting me and my colleagues
who are with me, and our partner are from RNS, Mr. Deepak. I have Alok with me and Vikas from Wacom. Thanks to MET School of Fine Arts for this invitation, and thanks personally for inviting me as a speaker. I'm this heartiest gratitude towards the institute. So let me just ask a very simple question before I talk about my subject. So who all know Wacom? Who all have heard or used Wacom? Right. Nevertheless, maybe I can see many hands raised. Most of you have used or they know, Wacom, what Wacom is. But still, I would, just to refresh, I would request Varun to play a short video before I start.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I was listening very carefully to Prakash ji's story. It was really inspiring. Prakash ji बता रहे थे किस तरह से वो inspired है और किस तरह से he connects to spirituality. Wherever there is spirituality, there is a heart. There has to be a harmony. So harmony is the basis of everything. Any creative person internally is harmonized for sure. He cannot create anything in chaos. So why I'm saying this is that Wacom, as you all know what is Wacom, it's a Japanese company, a Japanese word, WACOM, which means harmony. Wa in Japanese means harmony. So it's Japanese communication. So how we communicate through art, through harmony, that's the basis of Wacom. So thanks for watching the video. It was just a short refresh introduction about what Wacom has been doing. Wacom is not been selling just products. It's been 40 years now. We have been associated with artists across the world, different countries, different language, different styles. So Wacom has been, the innovator has been working very closely with various artist communities. In billions, billions of artists have been using all over the world Wacom products. So I will not discuss about or convey anything about hardware or software. is just about one of the presentations I saw, let me recall, Ms. Sushmita's presentation, I think. She was talking about NFTs, right? So there's already a lot of technologies which has reached to advanced level like NFT. And, can I ask one more question? Anyone of has tried to monetize through NFTs their artwork, or are they thinking on those lines how to monetize through NFTs? Okay, that's the future anyway. This is a point. Technology is already there, whether it is NFT or virtualization, but it is sometimes complicated. What I have observed personally is an excellent creator may not be very techy as a whole. A techie may not be very artistic, very inclined. So there's a bridge to be, there's a gap which needs to be bridged. So that's where there are several IT guys working on a different island. There's a whole world of creative people, but there's a still integration which is soft right now. It needs a proper strong integration. So need of the hour is to empower artists with a very simple interfaces, simple way how they can monetize their artwork. Most important is security, as you mentioned. Safety, security is the most important, the biggest concern everybody is facing right now. If we go digital, what will happen? How secure I am? And the best part is once that security comes, then is the time to distribute and monetize. So this is one challenge where we all need to work together as a platform, as one of the partners to creative communities. We have been working very closely, as I mentioned, across the world, in Japan, US. So we have, it's about the technology is getting so simple. In due course of time, you will see that just like an artist who creates a beautiful artwork on the canvas, right? And at the end, he signs. He creates his own signature. Now imagine something like in a digital form, how he will do. He creates a beautiful artwork on a digital canvas, can be any device with digital pen. And then at the end, he creates a signature. And how this signature, it can be invisible. A few pixels are captured, which can be invisible. You can decide to make it visible also, right? Invisible or visible signature. And that's not just limited to the canvas or the PC. It will create a complete story around that signature, the whole metadata, and everything is captured through one signature, which is the identity of the artist. That's the most important thing. And then through blockchain technology and then NFTs, the whole chain distribution happens in a very secure way. The point is from where to start, how to start. That's the theme from when the transition is happening from conventional art to digital art. So these challenges needs to be addressed. So that's where we are working, and we are trying to be as close as possible to artist communities so that we can support. It's not about selling anything, it's about supporting. That there's a technology, there's the art, creativity. It's just about a single canvas, single painting. If it is exposed properly, it can earn billions, millions and millions. Everybody has seen that. So that is something, that's the future, and it is not far away. It is almost there. Technologies are there. It is just about creating a very intuitive, simple to use interface, which makes the life of the artist very easy. It becomes like a mainstream channel for monetization. So we have that software interface developed already. It's in beta stage, which we can in the near future, maybe next session, we can demonstrate that as well. So how it can make the life very easy. And the other, in India specifically, the other technology, what we feel is very important, is the time of collaboration. It's not just about many times multiple. It's a teamwork. Multiple team players are there, located in different parts of India, right? India being, how India is so big and different culture. So if somebody has to communicate, a group of 4 artists, they are communicating together, creating a beautiful artwork all together. How they will do, right? Limitations are there, but technology is also there. But still, bridge has to be created. Yeah. Right. With a very simple technology. Of course, at the back there's a lot of complex algorithms, but at the user level, it is so simple that without any lag, without anything, any kind of gaps, one can create, multiple artists can create a single artwork in a real time. Of course, there are AR technologies already there, VR is already there. Combining that, it becomes amazing. Imagine having AR, VR, and then we have this NFT secured network to distribute. And then we have virtualization to communicate from a distance, collaborate from the distance. So all put together, how the life is going to be for the artist. But the most important thing, one must remember, everybody must remember, is that technology is not a skill to learn. It should be a support. So these should be the supportive tools. Ultimate thing is the creativity, the mind, your heart, emotions. The rest, everything should be around. One should not be focusing towards, learning various tools, softwares. It will come automatically as we move forward. And with this gap, life will be very easy. And I'm sure, because we have been working since long, it's been 40 years, as I mentioned, we have that strong, background of creating various softwares with the help of, various artists. So maybe in the next session, we'll come to a next level where we can show what I'm talking about right now. It's just on the verge. Yeah. So if anybody wants to ask any questions related to NFT monetization, how it can be secure, whether it is about virtualization, please feel free to ask. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Thanks for the questions. It is a serious concern, basically. The most important thing is to have a decentralized network, first of all. Nobody should be owning one particular, platform for that. So when we talk about blockchain technology, it's all decentralized, right? And the platforms where the artwork is uploaded should not be able to be identified by anyone, right? Through blockchain technology, this is very simple. But this is just a small part of it, right? So metaverse is definitely there. It's the front part of it, but at the back, blockchain is there, which is scattered, decentralized. So this is definitely, once we have the right platform, right technology, picking up the right platform, it becomes very simple. I'll just give you an example. There's a search engine, right, dedicated to artwork. You have created an art, right? You have already circulated everywhere. It is distributed all over the world on various servers, right? So now you want to monetize that. It's time for you to monetize through NFT or whatever way. So what any artist, a buyer will do, what he will do, or she will do. She will first see the authenticity of that and the origin of that. It is not about just copy and paste. It's not about, when it is a serious art, it is not a Google copy paste. So a serious buyer will go to the origin. And the latest, interfaces are so simple that you can just drag and drop on these search engines like a Google. You just drag and it will straight away take you to the origin. Right? Who's the creator of that content, when it was uploaded, what is the value, everything one can see immediately. So anybody, just like a search engine, it can be traced. So it is so strong. So one need not worry because it is already technology has reached to that level, and the main reason is decentralization. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insights, Mr. Rajiv Malik. I'll request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Faculty of Applied Art, Fine Arts, Performing Art and Visual Arts, to kindly felicitate the guest with sapling and mementos. Mr. Rajiv, please. Thank you, sir. Now we'll start with the paper presentation of the session. And for that, the first speaker will be Mr. Arav Dogra, speaking on subversive satire and postmodern provocations, a critical analysis of Morosi Catalan artist through lens of comedian. Mr. Arav.
Presentation. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arav Dogra from MIT Institute of Design, and I would like to thank Amity University for providing me with this opportunity to speak here today. My paper is titled Subversive Satire and Postmodern Provocations, a critical analysis of Maurizio Catalan's artistry through the lens of comedian. In 2019, this artwork became viral on the internet and was extensively reported upon for its simple and seemingly absurd nature. The work, produced by Italian artist Maurizio Catalan, inspired a lot of debate on the nature of art, modern art, and what even constitutes a work of art. Through an analysis of the existing literature, both academic and popular, along with various news publications and interviews by the artist Catalan himself, I attempt to examine this debate and hopefully understand what all the fuss was about. To begin with, we need to go to the origins of the modernist art movement itself. The modernist art movement began in the late 19th century. My apologies for the mistake in the slide. And it focused on innovation and novelty and a shift in the purpose of art from being to imitate life to being art for art's sake. In his essay, Modern and Postmodern, influential art critic Clement Greenberg stated that art no longer needs to be justified in other terms than its own. That art in itself is an end in itself, and that the aesthetic is an autonomous value. Art did not need to be created for a purpose, but rather for the inherent sake of its own aesthetics. We see this in works like Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, produced contemporary to the time, and in works of artists such as Manet and Cézanne and other impressionists. This idea of the intrinsic value of art was taken even further towards the beginning of the 20th century by works such as Fountain by Marcel Duchamp, which was a ready-made sculpture composed simply of a urinal signed with the words "R. Mutt." This is an example of the postmodernist values that emerge in modern art. The incredulity towards meta-narratives, as defined by Lyotard in his essay, The Postmodern Condition. Postmodernism challenged the idea that there was one single prescription, one single idea or pattern that could be applied broadly to anything. And art with postmodern values push the boundaries with what could be considered art. Now we entered the artist of this work, Maurizio Cattelan. Debuting in the 90s, Cattelan's work became known for his overt messages and bold themes. He gained a reputation as a jester and as someone who pelted out harsh criticisms and layered it with wit and satire. His medium of choice is wax sculptures and installations, which he uses effectively to convey his messages. The artistry of Cattelan is composed of three key elements. The first being satire. His works are composed of humorous and satirical elements, as seen in this installation, America, which is a functional golden toilet. Furthermore, Cattelan's work often carries social commentary. This work, La Nona Ora, which translates to the ninth hour in Italian, is a depiction of the Pope crushed under a meteor. Some believe this is a comment on the alleged scandals of the Catholic Church, or a comment on the nature of religious authority. And the third element is subversion of expectations of the viewer. This work, Him, is a sculpture of Adolf Hitler that resembles the diminutive figure of a child when approached from behind. It looks like a schoolboy in prayer, someone innocent. As the viewer turns around and faces it from the front, they come to the shocking realization that they are in fact looking at a depiction of the infamous German dictator. Now we come to the work itself that caused all of the hullabaloo. Comedian was a simple art sculpture that was composed of a banana taped to a wall. The inspiration, according to Cattelan, was simply that he traveled with bananas and he liked the form. The reaction was a massive public outcry that I'm sure many of you remember in 2019, with many articles commenting on the absurd nature of the artwork and how it made them challenge their own perceptions of what is art, what can art be considered. The absurdity around the art further increased when it was valuated at almost $120,000, $160,000, and then subsequently eaten as part of a performance art piece. This is not the first time the banana that composed the artwork would be consumed and added even more to the absurdity of the whole affair. Cattelan's work blurs the boundaries between the so-called distinction between avant-garde and kitsch, as defined again by essayist Clement Greenberg. As defined by Greenberg, avant-garde is art that is new and experimental in its ideas, that pushes the envelope, that pursues excellence, that resists what he describes as the degradation of culture. Conversely, kitsch is art which goes along with this degradation of culture, that appeals to the popular tastes and the masses. Cattelan's work straddles a line between these two definitions, because while his work does push the envelope does challenge our understanding, pushes the envelope, it also bases the expectations that it subverts on the expectation of the masses, as was seen with the public reaction and outcry to Comedian. So, while Cattelan's work does subvert expectations, the fact that it aligns itself with those expectations in the first place makes his work straddle the boundary between these two kinds of art. Another, excuse me, another, Greenberg further introduces the concept of what he calls popular avant-garde, where the viewer is not made to question the nature of art, but rather is presented with an object and is made is presented with an object and made to question its nature. Instead of the art itself pushing the boundary, the labor of understanding is left on the viewer. The societal significance of this kind of postmodern narrative in art is seen in how it challenges our conceptions of good, bad, of objective and subjective metrics. Where part of innovation is iteration. And in order to iterate, we must deconstruct and reconstruct our current understanding and arrive at something deeper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Araf. Next presentation we have is Adapting Traditions, a contemporary exploration of Dabu printing in Rajasthan by Mr. Veer Mohan. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hello, I'm Veer Mohan, and I've written my paper on Dabu printing and where it was, where it is now, and where trends say it would be in the future. I wrote this paper with my mentor, Mr. Nilesh sir, and I would like to also thank Amity University for giving me this opportunity to write a paper. Yeah, so the art of Dabu, it's a resist print where artisans use mud, a binder, usually natural, and some sort of lime to make a resist paste and create patterns from that resist. Now, while the story of Dabu is quite debatable, where some people say it originates from Gujarat, some people say it's from Rajasthan, but we can trace it all the way back to the times of to the Romans, right? Where if you can see the two prints, these were excavated in Fustat, which was the capital of Egypt. And as you can see, this was by these were donated by. I saw it was by the Museum of I believe Washington, but we know that it comes from really far back where it can't even be traced. So now we know where Dabu, how far Dabu can go, but currently what are the uses of Dabu? Mostly it's used in textile, where you have Dabu shirts, and we have other sorts of resist prints from mud. The word Dabu also, sorry, I didn't mention it before, literally means mud. And during this research, I interviewed and surveyed a lot of Dabu printers in Rajasthan. One being Mr. Yasim, who is was a traditional printer in Peeper City. And while I was conducting all these researches, I found that there was a big problem. That big problem was sustainability, right? The Dabu process involves mud that's locally sourced, gum which used to be locally sourced, now they import it from outside. And while these materials are natural, we live in a world where such materials go away, right? They don't stay forever. So I looked through a lot of resources. One was a groundwater survey done in 2021, where the little dot is where Mr. Yassim lives. And it's really sad that that all of that red is Rajasthan, right? Where and the red is saying that the groundwater sources, which is quite vital for Dabu printing, the red shows that it's so severe that you can almost not get anything from that land. This is specifically groundwater sources, and where, like, you can see the blue. Mr. Yassim has to travel towards the blue around 15-20 kilometers to just get mud, right? And it's crucial to understand that we as human beings, we consume so much, and sources that and methods that use the least amount of resources are now will hopefully not, but they might be extinct, right? And yeah, so I talked about that in my paper. And now, as of right now, the prints are very popular, and I can show you the two prints. Now, the art of Dabu, right? It's done by everyone in Rajasthan, like not everyone, but all minorities or majorities, they all do resist prints. And like the first one is called a Boria print. It comes from a small city in Rajasthan, and we can see that. And these are traditionally worn in like long skirts by the women of Rajasthan. And on the right, we can see a more contemporary use of Dabu printing. And that's the beauty of Dabu printing is that it's not owned by a particular minority, right? You see Muslim printers, you can see Hindu printers, and Mr. Yassim also he talked about the beauty of inclusion in Dabu printing, right? Where everyone works with the same material, but you can get so many different prints. And it's kind of like a nomadic print, right? Where it's not owned, it doesn't belong to someone. And if we talk about the popularity, right, we can see that in that area there's a 27% increase in Peeper City, where I showed of not only Peeper, in all of Rajasthan, where there's a 27% increase in dyes, right? So the art form is tries to thrive, but if it's not for like our selfish our own self, this print could be very successful, right? And yeah, so that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Veer Mohan. Now, for this session, there's a last paper presentation by Dr. Sudhin Dutt, The Impact of Eco-Friendly Printing on Our Lives. I welcome you, sir.
नाम क्या है? सुधीन दत्ता. PDF है.
Good afternoon, respected sirs, madams, ladies and gentlemen, and all students. Hi, I'm Shudhin Datta, working in a famous advertising company called Leo Burnett as a creative profession. So, today's life, we are very conscious about eco-friendly technology, eco-friendly lifestyle, and all these things. So, I think in eco-friendly lifestyle, we have three words like a mantra like reduce, reuse, and recycle. So, my subject is the impact of the eco-friendly printing on our lives. So, printing is a very important thing in our lives, day-to-day lives, in commercial purpose and individual purpose as well. So, printing has significant impact on our lives, whether it is personal or professional purposes. It's now an essential part of our daily routine. However, conventional printing methods are not environmentally friendly. The potentially harmful substances and parts used in printmaking may have a significant impact on environment and our health also. Thankfully, sustainable print publishing is now a workable fix for these issues. These uses soy-based inks and recycled papers, very valuable in an effort to lessen the negative effects of writing on the environment. We'll talk about how eco-friendly printing has changed our daily lives. In this talk, we'll look at how green printing could decrease waste, improve air quality, and lower carbon emission. We'll also take a look at some of the several ways we could make a difference. We'll also consider some potential avenues for influencing the printing sector and promoting environmentally friendly printing practices. The effects of printing on the environment are often disregarded in the current digital era, where everything seems to be progressing towards a paperless society. Printing continues to play an important part in our lives, whether it is for business or individuals. The impact that it has on environment must be understood. The use of natural resources such as trees, water, and energy is necessary for the production of the paper. In addition, hazardous chemicals and carbon dioxide are released into the atmosphere throughout this production process. Additionally, the disposal printed materials frequently result in the buildup trash in landfills, which worsen in the environment. Fortunately, more ecological friendly printing techniques are being used, as a result, rising awareness of the effects on the environment. While still meeting printing criteria, eco-friendly printing seeks to reduce its harmful effects on the environment. When it comes to creating printed products, traditionally printing methods have long been preferred by both business and people. Understanding the effects these activities have on the ecosystem is crucial. The excessive usage of paper is one of the key problems. Paper production requires the removal of trees, which leads to the deforestation and the extinction of natural habitats. Additionally, chemicals like bleach and dyes are used in the making of paper, which can contaminate water supplies and damage aquatic life. Additionally, traditional printing techniques frequently produce a significant quality of waste. Ink cartridges, scrap paper, and the other supplies are included. These things wind up the garbage dumps where they cause pollution and take long time to break down. Traditional printing methods also use the sustainable amount of energy. the sustainable quality of electricity is needed to operate printing process and other machineries, which raises carbon emission and has an adverse effect on the environment of the world, of our world. Examples, I'm quoting some example, wastage and air pollution, cutting trees, etc., deforestation and climate changes. So I'm coming to the point. The printing sector is not exception. The apparent trends toward ecological friendly practices that has recently evolved in several business. Both business and consumers are looking for environmentally friendly options as environmental concerns like a greater significance. Due to this, environmentally friendly printing methods have begun to appear. These methods concentrate reducing environmental impact without sacrificing quality. The creation of soy-based ink is one of the most significant advancements in ecological friendly printing. Conventional like frequently include hazardous substances and organic compounds that are volatile, which can be hazardous to consumers, health as well as workers in the printing sector. On the other hand, soy-based inks are made from renewable resources, making them a safer for environmentally friendly option. They not only release fewer volatile organic compounds, but they also create prints that are vivid and excellent quality. The use of recycled paper is further environmentally friendly printing method that is becoming more and more common. Utilizing recycled or post-consumer waste paper lessen the demand of new paper and prevents deforestation. Recycled paper reduces energy and water used during manufacture, which not only contributes to the prevention of precious natural resources. Additionally, thanks to technology and advancement, it is now possible to print high-quality print image on recycled papers, dispelling the myth that co-friendly printing result is worse print quality. That is very bad. It's absolutely myth. The development of digital printing methods has also aided in the shift towards environmentally friendly printing. Digital printing, as opposed to conventional offset printing, does not require printing plates, because previously the offset printing they needs printing plates and other things, which lowers waste and chemical usage. This not only speeds up printing process, but also makes it possible to print with customized digital designs and more accurate color reproduction. On-demand printing is another option provided by digital printing, which further minimizes extra inventory and wasteful print runs. The introduction of ecologically friendly printing methods benefits consumer, business, and environment. Some examples: soybean ink and soy ink is for eco-friendly printing advancement. The decrease in harmful emission is one of the main advantages of environmentally friendly printing. Traditional printing techniques frequently use hazardous chemicals and volatile organized compounds, which can be bad for our environment, people's health. The inks and solvents used in eco-friendly printing, however, are non-toxic, derived from plants, biodegradable, and do not contribute to air pollution. Furthermore, environmentally responsible printing encourages the use of recyclable or sustainable harvested paper compared of the manufactured or virgin paper. The creation of recycled paper use less water and energy. We can preserve trees, stop deforestation, and safeguard the habitats of several animals by choosing recycled paper. Every industry has a duty to embrace environmentally friendly practice in the modern world as a necessary component of our life. Printing has a big effect on our environment. However, with the introduction of environmentally friendly printing, we now have the chance to change for the better and help create the healthier planet. Traditional printing techniques frequently employ hazardous chemicals, use a lot of energy, and produce a lot of waste. These behaviors contribute to the deterioration of natural resources, deforestation, and pollution of the air and water. On the other hand, eco-friendly printing seeks to reduce these adverse consequences by implementing sustainable practices and utilizing eco-friendly materials as well. Using recycled or paper from sustainable managed forest is one of the main ways to eco-friendly printing lessen its impact on the environment. We can stop deforestation and save precious resources by choosing paper generated from post-consumer waste or forest have received certification on sustainability. Additionally, eco-friendly printing encourages the use of inks made from soy or vegetables, which are non-toxic and biodegradable, in contrast to the counterparts made the petroleum. People must embrace eco-friendly practice in all facets of their lives, including printing. In the modern world, where sustainability has emerged as our serious concern, we may considerably lessen the negative effects of our printing operations and environment by making thoughtful decisions and establishing basic routines. Here are some pointers on how people might adopt environmentally responsible printing practices. Number 1. Print only when required. Before pressing the print button, consider whether the hard copy is actually essential or required. In many cases, digital copies or online storage solution can fulfill the function just as well, negating the need of printing entirely. Point number 2, printing documents twice. We can take both sides. Develop the practice of printing paperwork twice. In straightforward action can successfully reduce paper usage by half, cutting down on the number of trees chopped down and reducing amount of energy and water needed in the manufacturing process. Point number 3, recycled paper is best. Choose paper that has reduced sustainability to ensure that paper goods are made from sustainably managed forest. Look for certifications such as those from the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, or the program of the Endorsement Forest Certification, PEFC. 4. Functional or environmentally friendly ink and toner. Regular ink and toner cartridges can include hazardous chemicals and bad for both environment and human health. Make the switch of environmentally friendly substitutes create with soy and vegetables based inks, which I mentioned, which are biodegradable and contain fewer volatile organic compounds works. Point number 5, print in dot mode. Use your printer dot mode setting for printing internal documents or dots. As results, less inks or toner utilized, conserving resources and cutting expenses also. Point number 6, Recycle used ink and toner cartridges. Recycle used ink and toner cartridges rather than tossing them away. You can find local specialized recycling facilities or participate in recycling program offered by many office supply stores. This saves precious resources and lessens electronic waste. Point number 7, optimize printing options. Change your printer's preference to reduce waste, to prevent printing blank or unfinished page unnecessarily. Configure your printer's default settings to print in black and white mode and use the print preview features. The potential of eco-friendly printing is enormous and it promises improve our lives. Eco-friendly printing has evolved as a viable option and addressing our expanding concern as we become more aware how our actions affect the environment. I can mention you, there is a great campaign 5 years back done by Samsung India, which they said -1 is a technology, which is if you reduce a point size, say right now we are very much aware the newspaper point size is generally 0.8 and generally we used to take a printout in 0.9 or 0.10 whatever. If we reduce -1 point reduce, then we can save half of the paper stage as well as electricity and cards. There's a lot of things. That's a great campaign and that's got a tons gold. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Datta, for your insights on eco-friendly printing. That was much useful and people should oftenly use these techniques to save paper and save environment as well. With that, we are concluding this technical session 2, which was talking about art, aesthetics and philosophy. Now we are moving to the technical session, final technical session, and that is visual communication and art. Mr. Danko is already here. We welcome you, sir. And Mr. Ashim is also here. And I'll request my co-coordinator, please take the break. So, just take 2 minutes as a break and then we'll be starting with the final session. So, the technical session 4, we have the first address by guest of honor, Mr. Ashim Kumar Das, founder, CEO, Wonder Tools Interactive Solutions. We welcome you here, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Please have
Good afternoon, students. I would like to invite all the speakers on the stage, please. Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Mr. Bhanu Pratap, Mr. Kanksha and Dr. Suyash. Please come on the stage, please. And Dr. Ankita Majumdar, please come on the stage. So our first guest of speaker is Mr. Ashim Kumar Das. 25 years of invaluable hands-on experience in owning a business, heading several universities, creative director, simultaneous creative design projects, concepts creation, graphic design, 2D classical and 3D animation, storyboarding, pre-visualization, VFX, game art, art VR, e-learning, and visual conceptualizing. He's equipped with the ability to escalate the brand awareness by utilizing skill gained in the creative industries, being able to identify opportunities, overcome objections, and build long term, mutually beneficial relationships with vendors, workforce, and clients, establishing a successful and lucrative company. Mr. Ashim?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello, sir.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you. Especially, I want to thanks first Hemant sir, who has informed me to given me one opportunity to show my experience to share with you, and as well as for my experience which I can share with you. And now I want to thanks all of you, all of my faculties, professors, directors, and all our guest lecturers. And then I'll start my topics, which is art and animation. Okay, so art is the form of all creativity. So can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I can share, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Visible, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's yeah. So this is art and animation. So first, we should know that what is art and what is the form of art, and so that we can understand the art and we can use with the all creative industry. Now, what is art? Art is a form of all creativity where all kind of talents, beauty, emotions, or ideas we can show through visually. Either we can draw, we do the painting, or even we do the acting. All this part of the art only. So when we do the art, especially when you do the art for animation, so that what is the form of? The form is drawing first. So when you draw it, so where we can use our creativity by using the drawings, and then we can use it for animation, right? Now here we can show that 7 forms of art. Where what are those? Those are paintings, sculptures, literature, architecture, for cinema, music, and theater, right? So these all are form of our art. Now, as per our use, we can use it as per industry. Now, if we see the form of art where we can use in animation. So what is first? We have to know the animation, right? When we know the animation is the visual art making motion picture where we can series of drawings, and we are giving the life with the drawings, so that we can see the all the images will move according to the movement which we give. Like when we show the movement of our hand, then hands move, right? So all the movements we are giving one images, means drawings, which when we combinedly we can move it, it shows the movement of animation. So that means that we are using the art. That form is the drawing. Now, same thing when you do for the character animation or the movement, then the same thing which we are using the acting. Acting means what? Acting we are doing for movies, acting we are doing for theaters. So that acting we have to bring into our creativity in our drawings. So the emotions, the movements will give natural. So when we give the proper movement, so giving the proper movement, we have to know the other things which will get it from our real life with the acting or with the all movements. So with the all movements, we have different principles. Especially, we can say the principles. Means why is principles? Because as a human, when we are moving, it moves by natural, but it has some movement which gives the real feel when we are putting into the animation. So that means we are using our principles from our real life. Now, in the real life, we are really we don't know it what or are those principles. But when we'll say it, you will understand what are those principles we are using in your real life. So if we follow those principles in our movement with the drawings or even in different medium, it gives the natural movements, right? So by directly or indirectly, we are using different form from the art. So now, if we do like for movement, there is a like principles called slow in and slow out. Means what? When we are moving or we are throwing something, it starts from slow and then fast, and releasing it will become slow, right? So those things when we understand, then all those things we are using with our movements, with our characters, with our images. So it gives the real life, real movement with the animation. So for that things comes when it comes to the animation. So here we are showing that some example of animation. With the animation, like when you started the animation, it started with the single frames. So with the single frames, we can see the one, this image is called geotrop. So with the geotrop, we can show the moving the images is give the movement. Now, same thing, when we see the animations comes, we all know first comes with the Walt Disney, right? So Walt Disney with the studio only, we have started the first feature film called Snow White. So I have given one example here. You can see the Snow White. So this movie has taken almost like 7 years to finish it. They started in 1928, and they finished it in 34 and released in 37. So this much time they have taken to do, because this all the frames done by manual. So each and every frames they have drawn, and with the cell movement, cell painting. So now it's come the painting, because now first I have told the acting, the movement, the character, and then we came to the step by step or frame by frame drawings. Now it comes with the painting. There are the things comes with the painting. The background, you can see the background. It's give the feel of the environment. It's give the feel of weather. It's feel the emotion. Similarly, we can see the painting for the characters. So feeling the character skin tone or uniform or dress or even hair, all the things filled by the color. So this comes with the manual painting and everything. So this is the traditional art. Now next, if we are coming it, the education part, when we go for animation, education. So education, why we are telling now education? Because this education keeps the flow or give, when I say that movement animation. So when you learn, you can learn all those things for your animations to give the movement with the characters. So for that reason, you have to know first the art. So when you are learning the art, so you have to develop the visual development. So visual development gives your movement, characters. And then we are giving we know for the cinema, it's like cinematic, right? The same thing comes for the animation. It is called storyboarding or animatic. So here we can see the movement of characters, movement of camera, those things comes here. And then we are giving the movement with the animations. We are giving the layout. Layout is for, there are two types of layout. One is for the background. which we can later on we can paint it. At the same time, one more is called layout animation, which give the step by step movement, but is giving the total flow of the movement, which we are understanding first, then we are making it final, right? And then it's the same visual development with the coloring. Some example we can see. Now, here, when you are introducing the form of materials using animation art, it's react with the years of animation. Films become more and more popular of collecting art form. There are many of various material which during the production of animation film knowledge which with the they and how they are introduced the use of should of value of convert seeking for them. So it's the thing is that shows that movement. It gives the education for the art. Now, when you are coming into the animation, there are things comes with the flow of first traditional with the drawings, which we can show here this geotrope. Next, we came into the animation. How we started with the drawings, frame by frame movement. Here we can see the frame by frame movement. Then we are filling with the cell, which I have already told. With the cell, we are filling the color, and then we are composite with the background. So it's giving that traditional background, traditional animation. Then from the traditional, slowly we moved into digital. So when it's come digital, again from the digital we did the 2D digital animation. Then with the digital, we have developed different types of software. So now when we started the software, it came with the traditional animation, frame by frame with the auxiliary camera. There is a camera called auxiliary. So with the auxiliary camera, they have started step by step, keeping the frames and giving the movement one by one. It takes huge time to give the movement. Next, they have developed a software called US animation, which is done by Toon Boom. So that Toon Boom US animation, we started with the digitally, but digital when it comes with the traditional. Traditionally, we are drawing the frames. Then we can scan those, right? We can scan those frames. You can see the frame here with the scan with the cell sheet, which is paper of plastic. So in that, we are filling the paint with the brushes. So this is the traditional to digital. And then we are giving the compositing part with the US animation. And then there we can feel the digitally. It is called ink and paint. We can feel it. So then it came totally digitally, which 2D software and 3D softwares, like there will be Flash, then it's called Animate, then it's Toon Boom Harmony, and then there will be 3D. When 3D comes with the 3D Max and Maya, right? Now slowly it's moved with the traditional to digital. By showing the traditional, now there are different type of animation we can understand now. Here, there is a one part, it is called starting with the traditional animation. Then next, we did the rotoscoping, there will be one more animation. Then there will be one more style, it's called manga, right? Then what is the manga? Manga is the form of Japanese animation. The movements will be very limited with the movements of expression and little bit body movements or hand movements. Then there will be cutout animation. The cutout animation gives the form of using like rigging. Rigging is basically joints of human bodies. So with the giving the joints, we are giving the movements of animation with the 2D software. So that's called cutout animation. Then next, we are coming into the 3D animation. 3D animation, we are using many softwares. Especially, we are using the Maya. Maya we are using for animation, right? Now, what are the mediums we can use, right, in animation? Related to animation, Okay, I'll give it later. So next is come stop motion and the motion graphics. Now, when you are coming to the animation, for the animation we develop it 2D and 3D. Now it's started with the gaming also. Game also require animation. Now, next step is the more advanced stage is visual effects. So visual effects has the more opportunity to use the animation where all kind of compositing, all kind of animation with the realistic animation. So again, we are coming to the art, right? Because why I'm telling visual effects and animation. In the visual effects, we are using specially for real life movie.
So
right?
we have about 2 minutes left.
2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll finish it first. Yeah. So now, when it's come to the visual effects is giving the real movement of human. So we are using with the motion capture, real human, we are giving the acting and the movement with the software, and we are bringing into the 3D software, and we are giving the real movement of animation. So that means which we can see here, all the movements, learn what we have learned. The softwares called Maya, Photoshop, ZBrush, then After Effects, Mudbox, Nuke, and Unity. So these all softwares come with the animation, VFX, and gaming. So all the users industry is creative, and same thing, same time we are using the form, all the different form of art. So basically, so we can say that art is the main form of all creative industry. Either we are doing acting, we are doing the theater, we are doing the movie, we are doing animation, or any kind of things. So even other side we can see the paintings. So things everywhere, every part we are using the art. It's called the form of art. So I can finish it here with the one example that we are showing. These are the form of art. We can see the animation, we can see the how to develop the visually all the concepts, either object or either living object or non-living object, and with the animation. And same time we are starting with the body parts of human or animals. So this we can see here, right? And you can see the basically the form of all the acting with the animation we can see in the with the movies, right? And the main why you are saying it, because the education is more important for the opportunities, because the opportunity wise in India and abroad there is huge opportunity, and so we should learn properly that we should give our best to get the output, because the job opportunities are there, but students have to be more serious to fill the gap. There are more jobs, but students are not getting properly ready as per the industry requirement. So my basic concept, because of why I'm telling all those things, because as I have all the experience, because I started with my study with animation, then I work for different studios like Warner Brothers, Walt Disney Studios, DreamWorks, Hanna-Barbera's Productions, Universal Studios. So I have seen the many things to develop. So now our students has very basic, minimum students has that much of dedication. So I'm requesting all the students be more dedicated to for your study and build up your best portfolio. So you will get your job and you can fill the gap, because industries require more manpowers, but we are unable to get it. We can say by 2023, it's required 75 to 1,20,000 manpowers required. By next 5 years, now from 2022, we are unable to fill the gap. But we have different university, many universities, many colleges are having the programs. But as per my experience, I have visited many universities. The problems is only the thing students are not ready with the best portfolio. So my humble request to all of you, especially students, do your best and be ready for your career. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, we have another guest of honor, Mr. Danko Friskir. Danko Friskir was born in May 1917 in Zagreb. He graduated at painting department at the Academy of Fine Arts in Zagreb in 97, where he has been working since 2006. In his previous position, he worked as Vice Dean for International and Inter-University Cooperations. He is currently working as a full professor and also holds the position of project coordinators at the Academy. He is a member of Croatian Association of Artists and a winner of several international domestic awards. His works are part of many private and public collections. He exhibited at more than 50 solo and 200 group exhibitions in Croatia, Labin, Paula, Rovizen, some few, and abroad, Rome, Florence, Turin, Paris, Metz, Vienna, Prague, Amsterdam, Berlin, Cologne, etc. Currently, today, as we are talking about, he has his inauguration of his exhibition at Modern Art Gallery in London. Sir, would you like to talk?
First of all, thank you. I would love to thanks to the Amity University for the opportunity to join you at this conference, which I think is very important, especially because of its topic of innovation in art and connecting the sustainable approach of I mean the importance of art in our communities to make our lives more not beautiful, but for us to survive. Because I believe that art is one of the main vehicles to which will enable us to live, to live and to enable all of our environment to live with us together. So in that way, unfortunately, I must apologize for technical reasons. I am not having this PowerPoint presentation now possible to show you, but so. Many projects I've been working on with my colleagues and with the students. They were made as a recycling art in a way. So we've been dealing. For example, we used the traditional European painting, for example, from Jericho, the Medusa raft, which was a humanitarian disaster which happened in 18th century, and there is this like very famous painting which shows us people dying on a raft in a sea. So we made this like multimedia video joining 30, 40 people at the garbage site at the main garbage depot in Zagreb. So we used it. We used the garbage as so we made this like we interpreted this classical painting. We transformed the beauty of the sea into we used the sea of garbage, and to show the current situation of our communities. And then we use this garbage to make art out of it, and to make people aware that we can use art and the garbage and all this stuff which is choking us, the industrial and so on, the bad sides of it. So we can transform it through art into something usable, something positive, something which can through art give us open the sight of. So for example, we did a couple of years there was this like the international earth day, you know, and with our students we made like a plastic turtle. So we collected the plastics from a garbage, and we made the topic. The main topic was save the turtle, save the turtles, and then we made a plastic turtle, which was it was showed all around Croatia, and then in some other countries near, and so. But we use garbage, and we said, recycle our. The main point is to recycle the mind. The mind. When you recycle your mind, and you see, don't do garbage, do art. If we can recycle it, not only from one plastic bottle to another plastic bottle, but we can then through garbage there is a possibility, I believe, to see things made possible, to build awareness of a cleaner and more communicative world, you know, between us. So it's the sea of garbage. Through art, we can transform it, our lives and our environment into something more sustainable, more sustainable. I think art is often considered as something, as a colleague, Mr. Ashim Kumar. Yes, you said there are business opportunities through animation. For example, Zagreb Academy, Zagreb, Croatia has this like a great tradition of very famous Zagreb animation school. We won an Oscar, our colleague, in 60s, Dusan Vukotic, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, but is a beauty, is a business opportunities, and through art, and there are also opportunities not only for business, but to build a clean and beautiful, more beautiful world. So these things are connected. And when you Mr. Ashim, when you said art is the basis of is something which is, it's the base of humanity. It's art, and also, and is especially India. It's dance and all the art and all the concepts of art. And today we are. I think also the art is something with which you build yourself.
Yes.
You build you as a person, and your awareness, and your self confidence, and to open your mind, and to see better all around. And then you can see that no garbage. Let's do art. When we do art,
Everything is art. Everything is art.
we'll do less garbage. There will be little garbage. If it's more art, little garbage.
Yeah.
So, so I wanted to. So I was, yes, Mr. Ashim. It was great to hear you now, and yes, it's something. I am especially at Zagreb Academy. We are building this awareness to build all the medias together to use. We start from drawing, painting, animation. We now enter the gaming and in the VR industry also. But what happens? What I am afraid when you do not you. I mean, when we are dealing with virtual realities, then I'm afraid we will not feel, the garbage or something. So these are the ways. These are the things I think are mostly of most importance for students to see to feel the environment, and people often they relate to art as something ephemeral, something which can it just belongs to a wall, like a decoration. It's something like a nice shirt, or you put it on a
Yes.
wall.
Is everything based on your requirement, your purpose, or for whom or for which the purpose you are using the form of art, right? So
Yes.
yes. So everywhere, without, if you close your eye, you can see that full world is belongs to art. It's actually a requirement. Actually, how an artist, how he is dedicating himself or herself for what purpose,
Yes.
where they will get everything. Now, only the thing that where you are using the form of your art, that's the thing. It's called a form of art. Now you are saying like as a garbage. The garbage also it has one. If I see the same thing, one photographer will take the photo with the creativity, which require comes with the composition. Now it's come to the artist.
Yes, and then the art is the vehicle with which we share the positive ideas,
Yes.
which are not at the first place, at the first sight commercial, like a commercial, Coca-Cola, or I don't know, something. Uh, when I worked with the students, and I worked with the students on many projects, when we went to some garbage places, or smaller or bigger, and I had my own projects built on it. But and then when I worked with the students, then no, we were picking this part of God. This is more dirty. This is not you. I am not. This is dirty for me to touch, or this is much more cleaner. Anyway, so they build the awareness of this is dirty. I don't want to touch it. So next time I will not throw it away for somebody else to touch it. We have all the fishes now in the sea. They are plastic. Yes.
About 2 minutes left.
Okay. I mean,
In
I
very
am
small
sorry.
time actually.
Yes, sir.
I am apologizing once again for not having some visuals, but I can send. Anyway, the important is to use art to see our environment, and to use art to improve our lives. And I believe that like in an airplane, when you go to a plane, and then inside the plane they tell you if there is a low pressure in the cabin, yes, and there is this like a mask of oxygen coming. First, you have it, so you can help a child or somebody who is vulnerable. So I believe we must all start from ourselves and I believe we must start from art, because the first things the humans are known we are built from are the drawings, are the art, something from I don't know, million years ago or so whatsoever.
Only one point I have to add with you, which heart, brain, and throw your creativity with the hand. That is art, form of drawing or painting.
it's the hand.
It's the delivery. It's the delivery. It's come by heart, coming to the brain, and delivery through the hand.
Yes, and that's why my students, they are all dirty. You know, they are drawing charcoal. They are painting with. And if we do whatever we do, I love to see people dirty because I know they've been using their hands. You know, and then you have a clear mind. Then you have a then you have you know, then you are clean in your heart and mind. But this must be dirty. Yes, I think must be working. That's why we have these beautiful things like hands. Yes.
Mr.
And then, just 1 second to say, Mr. Ashim. Yes, when you said like a digital, and so everything is from the hands. If you draw the drawings and with the watercolor, or if you do it digitally, they are the hands.
That's why I told that only the heart, brain, and the hand.
Please, I'm asking you to conclude. Sorry.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you so much.
I would love once more to thank you, and it was a pleasure, and yes, it was great to participate with you, and we love to share the results of the university at our university in Zagreb, at our Academy of Fine Arts in Zagreb. So, but we will all the best from Zagreb, from London, Zagreb now.
Thank you so much, sir. Best wishes for your exhibition also.
Thank you so much. Yes. I had this problem because we changed the date a bit. Yes.
Yes, definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we will start with our paper presenters. For that, I would like to request Ms. Shiny to read the names of the paper presenters.
Thank you, ma'am. For starting for paper presentation, I would like to call upon Mr. Rajiv Sharma to present upon exploring the role of mascots in developing brand identity in Indian advertising. Please, sir.
Rajiv, Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajiv Sharma. I'm a faculty at Amity School of Fine Arts. First of all, I would like to thank Amity University for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. For this paper, my topic is exploring the role of mascot in developing brand identity in Indian advertising. So in today's competitive world, where every company strives hard to grab the attention of the customer, only conveying information about the product is no longer sufficient. Companies encounter the challenging responsibilities of not only becoming visible, but also ensuring they are recalled and valued by their customers. It's not only a matter of presenting a product, it's about creating a long lasting connection with the customer. This is where the concept of branding plays a vital role in developing a unique brand identity for a company. While many think of a brand as a simple logo or a splash of color or just a sign, it is far more profound than that. It's a promise a company makes to its customer, a commitment to deliver an experience that goes beyond the tangible features of a product. Creating this unique brand identity isn't just a matter of a chance, it's a result of meticulous strategies and creative efforts. Companies invest time, creativity, and resources to distinguish themselves from their competitors.
think about your favorite brand, it's not just the product they sell, but the emotion and the experience associated with them that makes them special. Whether it's the thrill of unboxing a new gadget or the comfort of slipping into a pair of well-known shoes, these emotions are all part of the brand experience. It's about making the consumer feel valued, understood, and connected. In the quest of this distinguishedness, companies often employ various strategies, one of the most effective being the use of mascot. These mascots are more than just a cute character or fictional characters. They are friendly faces of the brand, the embodiment of its value. They serve as a ambassador, bridging the gap between the company and its customers in a way that is both relatable and memorable. These mascots become companion on the consumer journey, making the brand more personal and endearing. So basically, mascot is a fictional character which have a human characteristics, can be showcased through animals or any cartoon character or any abstract object as well. Mascot is a French word which means to bring a luck, to bring a good luck or lucky, bring a good luck or lucky charm. It was discovered by the French composer Edmond Audran in 1880. Mascot has been used widely all around the world by the different sports brands, and even the you can see the various summits are happening. They are using the mascot to promote their brand or their event as well, and even the brands are using it for from the various decades. So these are the classification of mascot. Plus mascots can be divided into three categories. First in human, another is animal, and another is objects. So in the first line, in the first row, as you can see, there are some mascots standing, and like ICICI Chintamani character, or Amul's this chubby girl, and Maharaja for Air India. And in the second category row, you can see the Chester for the Cheetos, and Rabbit for the Duracell. And in the third, you can see the fizzy bottle or M&M chocolates mascot. So these are the three categories. Basically, the mascots has been divided. So one of the famous mascot of India is Amul girl, the chubby Amul girl, which wear a frock, polka dot frock, and have a bow and a tie tied to his ponytail, and it was developed by the Sylvester Decuna and Eustace Fernandez in 1967. It was the longest running campaign around the world, and have featured in the Guinness World Record as well. Humor is a main appeal in they used in the ads. They also use the bilingual to attract their audience. Here you can see in one ad the golden boy of India, Neeraj Chopra, who have won the World Athletic Championship. So the Amul girl is throwing the javelin and holding a bread and butter, and the headline is saying "Javel win, not the javelin." And in the another ad, you can see the successful launch of Chandrayaan 3. So this mascot, this girl is celebrating that and holding a Indian flag. And as you can see that in the headline, they have used "Moon Meetha Karo," not the "Moo Meetha Karo." So they are using these headlines also to attract their audience and create a recognition among them. So another famous mascot is Maharaja of Air India. It was developed by Bobby Kuka in 1946 and illustrated by Umesh Rao. And this is done to counter the their contemporary time airlines like Pan Am and airline from the France. And in their ads, you can see this mascot Maharaja is holding a mermaid, and which is depicting a hottest destination around the world. In the another image, you can see he's playing like a snake charmer. He's playing some flute kind of bean kind, you can say, and okay. So another one is Zuzu. You must have seen this. These characters. These are the real one. They just wear this dress, and you can see a lot of ads from that. Rajiv Rao is the person who has come up with this idea, and the Piyush Pandey sir has developed all the headlines, and the humor have been shown in these ads. So another is Fido Dido. It was done by Soros, and another is Fizzy Bottle, mainly done in the TVCs, and it can be shown with the famous celebrities like Saif Ali Khan or Salman Khan. So another aspect of my paper is celebrity versus mascot. Celebrities are the person who has a great fan base, and they bring a special kind of you can say they have a personal characteristics which can be associated with the brands. So brands, they uses them to have their characteristics and traits that can be associated with their brands, and sometimes using a celebrity can cause a problem to a brand, because there is some issue or something like that can happen with a celebrity, and that can affect the brand as well. So it is really important for a celebrity to have a very good image out there in the public, and they do not say anything that can harm the brand image, and they can be very expensive. If you compare it with mascot, they are fully run by the brands. They have brands have full control over their message. They can define or drive anyway the campaign they wanted to run. So consumer perception towards mascot. Mascot can be memorable, can create a trust among the customer, can have an emotional connection, can create entertainment value, and can be become famous, can be helpful in brand recognition, can appeal children, can create a positive association with the customers, can help in creating a differentiation among the brands, and through mascot, brand can run a consistent theme or message they wanted to run. So in conclusion, my conclusion is if you are using a mascot, it is very important that you do it effectively, and both, if you're using a celebrity or a mascot, both have a pros and cons for it, and mascot can give a more control to a brand. They can run their message easily. So these are my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv, for making your presentation on the roles of mascot. Next is the presentation on the influence of concept art on character development in animated series by Mr. Bhanu Pratap Maratha. So, thank you. Your presentation.
नहीं है सर, भेजा था मुझको, हमको भेजा हुआ है, कल रात को ही भेज दिया था मैंने। आपके पास व्हाट्सएप में भेज दूँ? प्रेजेंटेशन डाउनलोड कौन सी है? मेरे स्क्रीन बता दीजिए, किसी और को बुला लो। मेल करवाइए
So we can start with the next presentation. Meanwhile, we have a technical issue. We are just downloading the presentation again. So we are starting with the next presentation, Coherence with Nature, Exploring Sustainability to Art and Installation by Ms. Akansha Vadwani.
A very good evening, everyone. And it's very nostalgic for me to stand here as I was one of you usually sitting the other side. Now I'm here on the other side. I want to thank Amity University Department of Fine Arts for having me here. And I want to really thank my co-author, Dr. Suyash Khaneja. We have done this paper presentation together. I am not going to take much time. We'll quickly stand. As the topic suggests, coherence with nature, exploring sustainability with art installation and practices. We have figured it out certain artists who are actually working with sustainable materials. So how are they helping to really build a very economical, very sustainable environment? What was the motivation behind this paper? Over the years, the entire human race is facing environmental challenges due to which environment degradation is rapidly increasing, whether it is unnecessarily happening of forest firing, landslides, unannounced rainfall, so on and so forth. So this is a real concern where all of us as individuals should be very consciously thinking how it is happening and why is it happening. And as an on our individual capacity, what can we contribute to really support this system? Further, by building a relationship between art and nature, they can enhance the environment awarenesses. Currently, the concept of sustainability can be integrated to emphasize development that provides a self-sustainable lifestyle and practices. Apart from the obvious concerns mentioned above, the bigger trigger points was COVID pandemic, where everything came to still and the mere existence of human race was questioned. What made you all glued? If you have ever thought of it, it was just the cinema. Just connecting with nature made us all glued, made us feel that there is a sanity, we can still connect. Do you remember that even Doordarshan had played old series, whether it was Ramayana, whether it was Mahabharata? It was art which has kept us really sanity. It had provided us so much of sanity that we could reconnect it. While in the evening we were used to go at the terrace and see the stars, see the sky. It was just like nature which provided us that sanity. So it is very, very important to ask yourself that what are we equally looking for or what are we equally leaving behind. So it's a very important question. You have to keep questioning yourself. The research objective, to understand the subjective meaning of different artists and their practices of using sustainable material for promoting environmental awareness, to highlight the innovative and well-researched project that seamlessly blend with eco-friendly practices, to talk about existing art practices, a testament to art's transformative potential in fostering environment awareness, to promote sustainable development, ecological harmony, to unveil the essence of art practices embodied in installation and artifacts, serving as channel for profound exploration of human connection to environments. These were the basic concerns which made me really question that what I am looking forward for this particular research. The research question is, coherence with nature is an important investigation that seeks to question that how artist expressions in the form of eco-friendly practices can contribute to ecological consciousness. How, as each of you can really contribute? You are students. How do you really want to think? What are your parallel alternatives you want to really bring forward and put forward so that you can really sustain the environment for your future or your coming generation? Literature review has been divided into three parts, which is ecological art, art and society through ages, modern art, modern age, bridging the gap between art and science. Understanding the connection between nature and art requires us to inquire into the historical roots of how art communicates with the immediate surrounding and nature of environment. The word ecological art has emerged as an important concept in this research, covering a diverse range of artistic practices that engage with environmental issues like identity, politics, culture and ethnicity, and more. Eco art first got its attention in year 1990, evolving from practices that took shape in the late 1960s. Ecological art also finds its foundation in ethical contemplations and the principles of system theory, with the objective of exploring and responding to the complex interconnection that exists with the natural environment. So it is not something which has just come up out of nowhere, where the artists have started practicing. It has always been available. Always people from the ancient times were working with it. They were being very conscious of what are they using, what are within, how are they producing. So now you have to really question that suddenly why that bridge has been, why that gap has been elaborated, how we can actually reduce that gap. Art in society through ages, since the humanity has existed, had put forward their creative talents into express and articulated their concerns about social justice. Inner voices of general expression have evolved emotions with the help of art has leave a lasting impact in society. We have seen very closely some examples of cave paintings or paintings of our mythological stories on cotton clothes, usually known as fur paintings. As societies have evolved, the role of art has expanded beyond collective rituals, becoming a means of individual to make sense to their place in the world. Modern age, bridging the gap between art and science. Over the years, researchers have explored that there is a potential personality and thinking difference between people who practice art and other academicians. So that is very, that is something you have to really question, that how an artist has been thinking and how rest of the academicians have been thinking. What is the major difference? That could only be questions when you really dealt with other researchers and talk what are your thought process and what is your thought process. Both art and science are attempts to understand and describe the world around us. Recent literature suggests that there have been more interconnected than previously been suggested. Ecological art emerged as a powerful force in addressing contemporary environmental concerns, while the history and societal roles of art continue to evolve, reshaping our perceptions and propelling towards a more sustainable future. What are the current gaps which really need immediate attention? The concept of sustainability is still not established in terms of you cannot singularly define it or you can categorically define it. For example, sustainability can be practiced through food, can be practiced through lifestyle, can be practiced through fashion, so on and so forth. So with just art is not one particular medium. It could be practiced with n number of things. The vigor of art practice and its capacity to advance towards positive change, art practice remain at the margin of environmental sustainability literature. Okay, the researchers have accepted that art can contribute, but it is still at the margin. So as artists, you have to really put forward your head, mind and soul to make it a bigger chunk of your sustainable literature. There is an overall gap in literature on how different environment claims and transformative initiatives are voiced and promoted through art practices. The far-reaching use of artworks, example, painting, artifacts, murals, in environmental activism, photos, cognitive process and behavioral changes. There is a methodology which has been used for writing this particular paper. I will quickly brief you. One was sample data collection from generic population who was working around sustainable art. Other than that, there was 4 specific artists who have been personally interviewed. Methodological criticism which could be found here is that obviously there is a time constraint and constraint of times and means. Second, there are certain artists who were really not very, very prim and proper to answer them, and they were not taking it very seriously. So hence that was one of the concern I faced while we were doing this thing. I'm going to talk about finding and discussions. When we did this sample collection of the artist, we found that they said that sustainability, when we're talking about sustainable art material, that is more cost effective and easily findable. It has created more public awareness and had developed more fostered discussions and which are more healthier, which initially the people were not ready to acknowledge. It has provided them challenges and opportunities like there is a seasonal material availability challenge, overhead cost that artist has to bear. Opportunities they have even developed through collaboration and community engagement. Further initiatives and collaborations they have been inspired for, that artists inspired to innovate and collaborate, networking with curators and program coordinators, seeking partnership with artists and organization. The personal interviews have been further divided into a very similar table which says the artists were working with henna. The artist was working with sugar cane leftovers, which is called as biogas, electronic waste and vehicle waste, plastic waste. The age group is mentioned between 45 to maximum 50. Most of them were from fine arts and design backgrounds. And their artist influence would be traditional henna art, nature and agriculture, digital art, kitsch art, pop and street art. The conclusion of study unrevealed the potent synergy between art and environment consciousness. Artists are paving a way for a sustainable and enlightening future. The financial feasibility of sustainable art and practice coupled with the capacity to inspire, to beckon of hope. Challenges like seasonal material availability and overhead costs remind us of the hurdles artists face, but at the same time, it has created them and given them a lot of opportunities. The current example is G20. Lalit Kala Academy with NDMC and Ministry of Culture has hosted their very big e-waste park, and they had this ongoing workshop as G20 workshop, which they took place at Ghadi. You can anytime check their page and you'll see amazing sculptures being creating out of the metal waste. Further, these four artists who have been there, I'm going to quickly show their work. This is a sugarcane waste paper. The artist is Gopa Roy. She has produced it, and then how has she made it into a performative and very ecological artwork. The artist herself. This is an henna artist, one of your students from Amity. She does, and these are very small sculptures. When I say very small, these are just handy sculptures like these. Just this, you can hold them in your hand and experience that. Then this is only waste, chips packets, or you can say Maggie packets, or you can say any kind of a polythene which you just don't even think of buying it. He has created the wonders out of waste. And the last one is himself, Appala Rajan. He has done all the waste material, whatever he gets, he convert them into bigger, humongous forms of animals. And this is bibliography. I've used it. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me post of this event. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Akansha, for those wonderful insights. Next, we have the paper presentation on designing the digital experience, exploring the vital role of graphic design and user interface design UI for the modern era by Dr. Ankita Majumdar. Ankita Majumdar. Ankita.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to everyone. Thank you, MIT University, to give me this opportunity to present my paper. I'm Dr. Ankita Majumdar, Faculty of Fine Arts. My topic is designing the digital experience, exploring the vital role of graphic design in user interface design, that is called UI, for the modern era. I'm not taking so much time, I'm just explaining from my PPT. Due to the global COVID-19 pandemic, the digital industry underwent a paradigm shift. Indian customer attitudes towards digital products and services has changed, especially after the pandemic. Owing to faster internet and smartphone availability in everyone's budget, people have inclined towards the digital ecosystem. Ordering groceries, food, clothes, and other necessary things just by clicking a button comes with ease. Before the pandemic, people were reluctant to adopt digital payment system due to the fear of online fraud or not being accustomed to the new technology. But as the digital market grows, the need to continuously improve upon the interface of virtual platform is a necessity. Maintaining of dynamic interface, also known as fluid interface, is integral to providing end user with amazing user experience and user interface, which is known as UX and UI in short. UX and UI design is becoming increasingly important in the world of advertising. In advertising, UX and UI design can be used to create more engaging and effective campaign. A well-designed website or mobile app can make it easier for user to find information they are seeking. UX and UI design can help to create a cohesive brand experience across the different advertising channels. Here for brand recognition, UI design supports digital art creativity, which means the creative use of digital tools and technique to design visual elements, layouts, and interaction for digital interfaces for website or mobile apps. This creativity includes designing the layout, typography, color scheme, and other design elements that create a cohesive look and feel. All this process comes under the graphic design skill, where digital artists who specialize in UI design leverage their graphic design and artistic skill to create engaging and functional user experiences. Thus, graphic design is crucial in the digital age, especially in the UI design context. Now, first of all, we have to understand what is UX and UI. UX help create digital products or services such as mobile apps, website, digital watches, etc. that provide a positive, meaningful experience for user. Whereas UI design focuses on the visual elements of brands' digital products. For example, it would be layout, typography, color scheme, and other design elements that create a cohesive look and feel. Now, what is graphic design? It is the process of planning and creating visual content to communicate ideas and messages. Traditional age to digital age, for instance, if we can see in traditional age to the digital age, for example, billboard in traditional age to packaging to mobile app in digital, mobile apps and website in digital age. In UX and UI, graphic design must serve a purpose. In UI, graphic design is the art of developing aesthetically pleasing and useful interface for digital products. For example, line, color, shape, space, textures, typography, images, scale, principle of graphic design, that is dominance, emphasis, balance, and the law of proximity together help to create exceptional user interface in the digital landscape. UX and UI and interactive communication medium where users are interacting with the product. It is important to ensure that beauty and usability go hand in hand. UI graphic design is to display information. In UI, graphic design is to display information harmoniously. Now, what is the role of graphic design in creating an attractive but usable user interface? In several ways. First is visual hierarchy. Hierarchy shows which element of design are most important. In website and mobile app, we can see using visual hierarchy makes users scan information and helps them to communicate a message or service quality effectively. You can see on the screen that headline, first what we want to highlight, that is headline. Then image. After this, color. So visual hierarchy is very important in UI design. Graphic elements such as heading, fonts, and color help establish a visual hierarchy on a web page. Next is consistency. It creates a sense of structure for the user. Design consistency drive logic and build a harmonious uniformity among distinct UI elements. For example, in a website, well-designed navigation menu often use graphical button or icons, making it easy for user to find or navigate the website. For example, if you can see on the screen, the BBC changes the look and feel of their product. But its web elements are consistently in the same place. That is menu bar. Colors and typography consistency across the website create a cohesive and predictable user experience. Next is shape. Shape refers to the form or outline of objects, and it can evoke emotion and capture attention. Shape can be used to create distinctive and recognizable. In website or mobile apps, clear and visually appealing buttons guide the user towards specific action like sign up or buy now. The shape of a button could also play an essential role when attempting to design CTA buttons. Rectangular shape buttons, which could be seen the traditional shape. Instead of using rectangular shape buttons, rounded corner buttons are also very popular and effective because rounded corner point inward and draw attention to the content of the button. Different shape of icons such as magnifying glass for the search bar, the home icon for the home page, the shopping cart icon for the indicating add to cart item, human shapes for profile icons, and many more shapes can represent different action or meaning to help user navigate easily. Colors. Colors add value to design. It is the mean of non-verbal communication. Different color impact different moods and behavior. In UI, design color indicate the meaning of each element, emphasize the important elements. It builds the brand identity of any company, service, and product. For example, Zomato use red as the primary color in its user interface because red causes increased heart rate and appetite as well as sense of urgency. Similarly, the yellow color shows fun, friendliness, happiness, optimism, and caution. That is why Snapchat app use the yellow color in the logo. To create contrast between UI elements such as distinguishing a top bar from a system bar, the designer can use light or dark variants of color. In UI design color, in the UI designer use primary, secondary, and variant of color to distinguish the purpose of UI elements. There is a lot of meaning. For last, very important point is white or negative space. Large area of white space can convey richness, openness, and exclusivity or simplicity in a message. White space used meaningfully would add dignity and grace to design layout. White space with the use of law of proximity, which states that elements that appear close to each other are more likely to perceive like they are similar or belong to one group. So in conclusion, it has been seen that the importance of graphic design in digital media cannot be ignored. It is a powerful tool that can convey information, evoke emotion, and drive user engagement. It plays a fundamental role in shaping the visual identity and user experience of digital content, whether it's a website, social media post, media application, or any other form of online communication. Graphic design goes beyond broad aesthetic. In UI, each element of graphic design has meaning and role to get user to interact and navigate hassle-free. In the digital age where information is primarily consumed online, the role of graphic design in digital media is more important than ever. It shapes our digital experiences, influence user decision, and contribute to the success of business and organization. Thus, as technology and businesses practice are changing, there is need to recognize and harness the power of graphic design as fundamental aspect of prosperity in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ankita. The last presentation of this technical session 3 is the influence of concept art on character development in animated series by Mr. Bhanu Pratap. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Bhanu Pratap Maharatha, and I am a PhD scholar at World University in Design and also a faculty at MIT School of Fine Arts. Thank you for the team for accepting my paper for this presentation, for this conference, sorry. So my topic is the influence of concept art on character development in animated series. So if you tell about concept art, we speak about concept art. It was first coined by Walt Disney in the early 1930s. So many times it has been conceptualized by conceptual art and concept art. But while speaking about animation or the game development, concept art is the pillar or the foundation for every production process. So these are my contents. I will be speaking about my introduction, the aim and objectives, literature review, the importance of concept art, and finally, finally I will be talking about my conclusion. So the introduction, the world of animation is a realm where creativity knows no bounds, and the characters that populate these fictional universe are often at the heart of the viewer's experience. These characters, whether endearing, heroic, or villainous, became an integral part of our lives as they guide us through captivating storylines. Yet, behind every animated character's personality and visual identity lies a crucial catalyst, also known as the concept art. So my aim for this paper is to explore and analyze the significant influence of concept art on character development in animated series. This study will seek to understand how concept art contributes to the creation and evolution of characters within the medium of animation. My objectives are to examine the role of concept art in the early stages of character development for animated series, to assess the impact of concept art on character personality, to evaluate the reception and engagement of viewers with animated characters, to investigate the potential of concept art in driving character development in various animation such as children's animation or adult oriented animation or the anime series, to provide practical recommendations and insights for animators, to contribute to the academic discourse and on animation and character development. My hypothesis is to utilization of concept art significantly impacts the character development in animated series by providing a foundation that guides the design, personality, and emotional resonance of the characters, ultimately enhancing the overall viewer experience and engagement with the narrative. So these are my literature review. So animation is a dynamic, multifaceted medium that involves the creation of characters, environments, and narratives. Concept art is often used to pitch animation ideas to stakeholders, including producers and investors. It provides a visual representation of the project, making it easier to secure funding and approval. In animation, concept art contributes to the world building, allowing artists to create immersive and consistent fictional universe. Concept art is often used for promotional materials such as posters, trailers. It generates excitement and anticipation among the audience. The animation industry constantly evolves, and understanding the latest trends in concept art and character design is essential. Research should explore how emerging technologies and stylistic preferences impact the role of concept art in animation. And the practical considerations, research should also delve into the practical aspects such as the software tools used in the concept art for animation, collaborative workflows, and the integration of concept art into animation pipelines. So what is exactly the concept art? Concept art occupies a position in the creative process, bridging the initial conception of a project such as animation and its eventual realization as a finished product. There are three stages in the production pipeline. For the first thing is the pre-production part, the second comes the production part, and the third one is the post-production part. The concept art is for the pre-production part, where like the client or any production house comes to us and asks for a particular movie or a game to be developed. The duty or the role of the concept artist is to first create scribbles and thumbnails for the characters, for the weapons, anything related to the story, whatever era it is, or what the characters would be, what are the assets will be using, are they using any ships, any vehicles, the costumes, everything is designed by the concept artist. Then it goes to the production part, and finally it goes for the post-production part. Importance of concept art. It creates a visual blueprint. It sets the tones for the concept. Concept art helps to convey the tone and concept of the work. It provides a visual representation of the story's mood, atmosphere, and themes. Concept art also helps to establish a clear and shared vision, reducing the need for costly revisions. efficiency. Concept art streamlines the production process by giving artists a clear starting point. Concept art serves as a common language that allows different teams and artists to communicate effectively. What is the difference between concept and art and production art? Concept art is the beginning of the project to help and develop, visualize the initial idea and concepts. But in production part, the production art comes after the concept art phase and is focused on creating the actual assets, characters, and environments. Concept art is the starting point in character design. Concept art is used to define characters' visual appearance. Concept art can convey the character's personality and mood through visual design. Concept art serves as a reference material for the production team. Concept art can depict a character's evolution over the time. So for this research paper, I conducted some interviews with the industry professionals. I chose three concept artists. Mr. Ankit Srivastav is working as a concept artist in Aristocrat Technologies. Mr. Subhadip Bhatto is a senior concept artist in Pragmatic Play. And Mr. Chirag Sultania is a concept artist also in Pragmatic Play. So these are some of the questions I put in from them. In your opinion, how important is concept art in the creation and development of animated characters? In comparison to the Western culture, is India lacking in concept art for the homegrown animations? Do you think a viewer's emotional attachment to animated characters is influenced by the quality of the design? What is your perception of concept art in animated series, and how do you believe it influences character development and so on? So I floated some questionnaires around fine art students and animation students and also industry professionals. I got around 99 responses. It was like, are you certainly involved in the animation industry, or you are just a fan? How familiar are you with the term concept art? In your opinion, how important is concept art in the creation and development of animated characters? Do you believe that well-executed concept art can contribute to more compelling and memorable animated characters? So based on the data collected through the interviews and questionnaire, the hypothesis is thus proved that the concept art is directly impacts on the development of character design by providing visual foundation that guides the design personality and emotional resonance of the characters. My conclusion would be the influence of concept art on character development in animated series is a multifaceted and indispensable aspect of the creative process. Concept art serves as the visual catalyst that empowers animators and storytellers to bring characters to life, infusing them with depth, relatability, and uniqueness. As technology and artistic trends continue to advance, the role of concept art is poised to evolve, offering new dimensions for character design and storytelling. So these are my references. Thank you.
Coming to the end, well, almost the end, I would like to I would like to summarize the whole conference, starting with our keynote speakers. Professor John Jika, he discussed about the social and art realm and the relation between the two. Our guest of honor, Mr. Prayag Shukl, he discussed about the importance of looking and grasping beyond what is visually available to you. Guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, he discussed about how nature can be the most important motive for art. In our first technical session, Ms. Munirva Akilova connected the cultural history and the prints of culture to the modern designing. And our paper presenters, Mr. Pankaj Harjai, discussed about the art galleries and the artists who are taking over their roots into provenance, into working. Mr. Anup Pradhan discussed about the challenges and prospects of new media art, which is nowadays quite popular in India. Ms. Sushmita Samarman talked about the visual narratives which are being used by social media platforms and how they are taking up as a new mediums. Ms. Satakshi Tiwari talked about the new media art trends which are having an impact on the traditional artist. Moving to the second technical session of art, aesthetics and philosophy, our guest of honor, Mr. Prakash Chadwakar, talked about harmonizing nature and art. Guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Malik, discussed about the communicating of digital platform via their device, the Wacom. Paper presenters, starting with Mr. Arav Dogra, he talked about the funny aspect of art, which generally people doesn't notice much, and they just took it as a very light note. Mr. Veer Mohan talked about the printing and discussing of Dabu printing and the importance in the upcoming world. Dr. Siddhin Datta, he talked about focusing on eco-friendly prints. And our last technical session, that was visual communication art. Our guest of honor, Mr. Ashim Kumar Das, talked about how animation has become a part of art in modern era. And guest of honor, Mr. Danko Frisky, he talked about the focus on importance of art to environment. Our paper presenters, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, he gave us an insight to the mascots and their importance. Mr. Bhanu Pratap Maratha, he had a discussion about the character development in animated series. Ms. Akanksha Vadwani and Dr. Suyash Khaneja talked about how art installations can be one of the most sustainable form of art. And Dr. Ankita Majumdar, she gave us a meticulous view to UI and UX. Further, I would like to invite Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, for the concluding remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think so. With this, we come to an end for this 7th International Conference on Innovations in Visual Arts with the theme Art and Life, Lifestyle for Environment. The crux has been shared by Dr. Khushbu, and we will be coming out with the conference proceedings, which will be shared with all the stakeholders. And as I said in the morning, that idea is to deliberate on the issues related to the fine arts, innovations, what are happening. In a day's time, like today, we have got 3 international speakers who joined us online. Professor Zonzika, Ms. Munira, Mr. Danko. And then we got the guest of honors speakers, senior artists, eminent artists like Mr. Prayag Shukla, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, Mr. Prakash, and Mr. Rajiv Malik, and Mr. Prakash. And then we have got the research papers which were presented. I'm sure that the time which has been given, 8 to 10 minutes, was not sufficient enough for all the audience to make out the details. That's why, as I said, we are going to come out with the proceedings, which will circulate to you also. So I'm sure that all of us will be benefited. So in the end, I would like to say thanks to all of you and the organizing team, which had put the effort. And this is our annual affair, I must say. And particularly the students, idea was this, that the idea was not just to make you sit here for whole day. It also happened that you were sitting right from morning to evening till 5 o'clock today, which is quite unusual according to me. So give a big clap to yourself. And one learning which should be there, besides these topics, I understand there were so many speakers speaking, you can't imbibe each and everything, but one need to know what is happening at the research front, what is happening in the visual arts field, and how the research is being conducted, and moreover, how the researchers and the academicians or the industry members or the senior artists are coming and making the presentation. So that is one of the expected outcome. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for putting the concluding remarks. I, Varun Sahai, co-convener International Conference on Innovation in Visual Art, ICIVA 23, am extremely delighted to propose a vote of thanks for this skillful conclusion of the conference. I would like to thank our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhanji, for giving us this platform of excellence of education, that is Amity University. I would like to thank our dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir. I would like to further thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ji. I would like to thank our chairperson, Ms. Divya Chauhan ji, for her constant support. I would like to thank all the esteemed guest speakers who were here since morning and have enlightened us for this conference and giving us the path to this conference. I would also like to thank all the paper presenters from esteemed universities who are here today, and they have made their successful paper presentations from various locations in India. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi sir, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Director General and Dean, and Conference Chair, who has given his support, motivation to organize this conference. Without your constant support, sir, it was not possible to organize it. Thank you. I would like to thank you all the organizing team, Dr. Khushbu, convener ICIVA, Dr. Sugandha, Mr. Sachin Ahuja, Mr. Swapan Bhandari, Dr. Gitika, Mr. Hemant, Mr. Kaushik Lohani, Ms. Hemani, Mr. Dheeraj, and Mr. Suleiman, and all the faculty members who are here for your support. I would like to thank the volunteers for silently working behind the stage and making this calmly possible. Thank you. I would like to extend my thank you to IT support team for all the technical support you have provided today. Last but not the least, wonderful audience for in this F2 block who are patiently listening since morning. Thank you. And to all I have missed in this vote of thanks, thank you so much.